go. Hi, hello. Hi, hello, hee hee, and welcome. How's it going, everybody? Hold on. The game audio cuts out when I click out of it. Oh, that's so loud. Hold on. Now? Okay. Ooh, oh my gosh. This should be the updated version of the game. Let me see. So, welcome in, Skeleton. Welcome. Congrats on first. So Touchstarved had an updated demo, and we all love Touchstarved. We have a fucking section of it in the Discord server, so to talk about it. And a lot of people that follow me now weren't around when I first streamed it because I was still a PNG tuber at the time. Real quick, how do I check what version this is? Okay, hold on, it's gonna get real quiet for a hot second. Oops, not support, hold on. I'm trying to check what version of the game it is. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it updated recently. Yes. Okay, cool. It updated recently. So this should be the new version. They said that they adjusted some stuff for each of the characters to give them a better preview for their routes in the demo. And I'm really excited. So, I backed this on Kickstarter, so when the full game comes out, we will be playing it, because I did back it for a copy. And I think on YouTube, I only ever posted a compilation, so we'll be posting the full VOD of what we play here today over to YouTube, for the collection. So excited. This is such a good game. Okay. Let's start a new game. Fresh game. Disclaimers. Streamers and content creators should set music volume to 0 in order to disable copyright music. This is a demo of the Touchstarved prologue and not the finished product. Thank you. Oh, I have to set the music to 0. Okay, Touchstarved is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes, but is not limited to, horror, graphic violence, strong language, alcohol and drug reference, injury, and dismemberment. Player discretion is advised. If you accept the content warning, please click to proceed. Tutorial. In Touchstarved, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue, interactions, or even choices in red text which contain exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choosing different options. You might even uncover a secret ending. And remember, there are no wrong choices, only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. So, I believe when I originally played it, the first time, I did get a red text, I don't know if it was an ending, but I did get red text dialogue from Leander. Controls. Left click, progress text. Mouse wheel up, rewind text and dialogue. Mouse wheel down, progress text and dialogue. Spacebar, hide UI. Cool, so I can take screenshots of my boys. Ooh, choose my name. Obvi, it's T. Options real quick. They said music volume to 0 for streaming. So if you want to hear the music, you'll just have to play the demo yourself. Choose your pronouns. They then give me delicious pronouns. Okay. This world began to unravel long before you were born. Sucks that we have to have no music. I don't have any backup music. It all started with fogfall. A spectral mist bled from the seams where reality wore so thin it split. And from that fog emerged monsters, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed language and intellect. Others were mindless beasts driven by little more than bloodshed. As unrest spread and cities fell, humans cowered in fear while monsters thrived amidst the chaos. And then there's you. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find some, like, copyright-free, spooky music we can have in the background. Hold on. I don't like it being so silent. Copyright-free haunting music. I just want background music. Okay, royalty free, no copyright. What's this one consist of? Okay. Better than nothing, I guess. Let's try that. It kind of fits the mood right now, so it's very quiet. As unrest spread and cities fell, humans cowered in fear while monsters thrived amidst the chaos. And then there's you. You don't know what you are, but one terrible truth is certain. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of those you touch. Choose your backstory. Ooh. Okay, we've got the Unnamed, a fallen oracle. You were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priest claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but a visiting mage revealed your curse for what it is. Spurred on by the mage's word, you fled in search of the Symbonium, or Cenobium. Symbonium. Jesus. Alright, calm down, music. You regularly experience unnatural phenomenons that rattle your body and soul. An innate sixth sense gives you heightened awareness of hidden supernatural presence. Ooh. Okay. The Exile, a solitary survivor. You were exiled to a life far from civilization. Your only kinship was an elderly hermit who taught you how to survive in the wild. He lost his life in search of a cure for you, but left you with a final lead to pursue the Cenobium. You're a seasoned survivalist, well-versed in deciphering soulless behaviors. You've gained fluency in various languages and an uncanny intuition for detecting danger. Or the Alchemist, the abandoned mage. An exiled Cenobium mage took you in as a child, raised you as her apprentice. She seemed to take pity on your curse, but you discovered that she was cultivating you as a test subject. You fled to the Cenobium seeking a cure. You're an experienced spellcaster with an encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. Which one are we vibing? I kind of like the Alchemist and the Unnamed the most. I mean, they're all good. I don't remember what I originally picked. You like the Alchemist? Yeah, the Alchemist one seems good, especially because it's like you're fleeing from someone who is exiled from the place you're now seeking help from. Yeah, eventually all of them will be touched. I mean, depending on how long the demo takes, we could do a run and try all three of them and see what the difference is between the text for it. So let's start with the Alchemist then. Your name is T. Yes, it is! You selected they, them pronouns. Yes, I did! Your backstory is the Alchemist. Is this correct? Yes, it is! A lot of drama, and being a knowledge boy gives a lot of opportunities to learn about stuff through the playthrough. Yes! I'm very excited for you to experience this. It's a good game. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death, the ever-present stench of decay, and countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. Oh, right, that turns off the UI. I could say death doesn't scare me, but honestly, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. I can hide my hands and deflect probing questions, but sooner or later, people always suspect something strange about me. As rations grew sparse and canteens ran dry, tension rose. Despair began to set in until I saw it. Iridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last bastions of humanity left in the world and home to the famous academy called the Cenobium. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for my curse, it's here. Or it's there. Whatever. Same difference. Here, there. Buildings before me. All that stands between me and a new life is a final stretch of salt-soaked wastes. Or so I think, until I see the first tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. This music is so fitting. Oh my god. Is this fogfall? My stomach shrinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm more devastating than fire, dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, snuffing out the lantern's light. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist, falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. Oh, Jesus. Then the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard, the air punched from my lungs. When I open my eyes, adrenaline lends sudden, awful clarity to the carnage around me. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strips of torn muscle, gleaming gristle and exposed bone. Bodies litter the wasteland. Oh. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain so blinding white blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes finally adjust do I see the dark shape before me. Look at all the eyeballs! A soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravaner. I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. Oh my god! Yeah, finger spine. Isn't that creepy? They got like nails and everything. Ooh, it's spooky. The soulless lets out an ear-splitting shriek and charges at me. But right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. A horse screams in the distance. I need to move now. Right? Paints their fingers. Paints the nails. Now you've got all colors of the rainbow. You're so cute. Run for the city or head towards the wagon. Let's save. Let's try... God, I don't remember what I chose the last time I played this. Let's go to the wagon. No, let's try for the city. If we get close enough, someone might see us. I take off, running deeper into the haze. The fog is so thick that I fear I'm headed in the wrong direction, until I see a dim pinprick of light emanating from the shadow of a spire. It's faint, but it's enough. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source, but the fogfall twists and stretches sound. Suddenly, the caravan's driver bursts forth from the fog. Our eyes meet too late. He knocks me to the ground and slips on a patch of mud. The soulless instantly falls on him. Welcome in, Lulu. Welcome, welcome. How's it goes? We're back here playing another classic hit that I can't wait to come to fruition from the Kickstarter I backed ages ago. It catches the driver by his throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. Oh, you're sick, Lulu? Oh no, I'm so sorry, hon. I hope you get lots of rest. Get yourself all cozy wozies and you know, feel free to fall asleep during stream if you need. You gotta get lots of sleepies to get rid of the icky sickies. Oh, I just realized he's got a finger here on his elbow. We can't miss painting that nail. Skeleton, pick a color. We're painting that nail. I feel like now I need to draw us as a chat painting all of the fingernails on the spine and elbows of this dude, of this creature. Bald! Thank you for the head pappies. Thank you for the bald. Welcome in, Samson.
A mulberry is a tree. Cool bar is a man.
So just so you guys know, all of the music in this game is set to 0 because it does have copyright music, so it can get copyright claimed.
Go drink some water or I'll fucking end you.
So I've got a nondescript, supposedly copyright-free playlist of spooky music playing in the background because this is a dark fantasy. So far it very much fits the scene because we are about to get decaffeinated, mauled, and othered by a spooky, multi-eyed, multi-fingered creature. So, yeah. He comes up. Oh, right, hydrate. I should drink water. Might need to slide the volume down. Yeah, the music kind of comes and goes. It's like either loud or it's really quiet. Let me just turn the volume halfway. Because the earlier tracks were really quiet. Okay, I turned it down a bit, so hopefully it's not too overpowering, but... Okay, there's the hydrate. I got a bottle of G Fuel with me, so... He comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera in a steaming tide. Fighting the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit. My hand catches on the jagged edge of a rib jutting up from the water. Bandages unfurl around the gouge torn deep into my palm. Oh, there's one thing I remember from this scene, and I think it's coming. But the pain's quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Oh no! Can you stand? One of the travelers from the caravan leans over me. Oh, ad break. Darn it, I missed the chance to pause it. Sorry. We're gonna play through the ad break, though. We need to run. They reach for my hand, and I realize too late that my bandages have come undone. Oh yeah, that's our skin right there. That's our skin. No touchy. That's why it's called Touchstarved. Don't touch us. Don't touch skin. No, don't touch me. The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch, and in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Their lips peel back into a deranged grin. No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go. Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. I need a button for Watermelon from the dungeon where he goes, die, 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 die! We go together! Spit bubbles at the corner of their mouth and flecks my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs shriek for air. Fight! My nails gouge deep into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. Oh. The more I struggle, the tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm going to die. And not because of the fogfall or the solace, but because of my own curse. Tears sting my eyes. No, 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 not here. Not like this. But then their hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears and the traveler's face takes shape, hovering inches from mine. Lips split in that macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. They give one last shuddering breath, and then slump over the claws hooked through their stomach. The soulless shoves the body aside, its growling eyes narrow as though grinning. Or it's glowing? I didn't read that properly. There's a flash of claws, red spills across my vision. Although I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of the grit of silt filling my mouth, and the icy embrace of shallow water. Oh, okay. Well, I say hello back, and I'm sad they can't join us, but the VOD will be on YouTube if they want to see the updated demo. So I know they were here when we first played this. I spot an arm resting among an outcrop of reeds, mine neatly severed at the elbow. It's a good game. It's really good, yeah. It should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I'll die cold and alone in a desolate wasteland. A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. Am I in heaven? If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone, as is the choking stench of bog water. Okay, I'm gonna pause that. That's a little intense. Do this one. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna have two different playlists. Let me see. Copyright-free soft music. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay, let's try that. I'm gonna try and make my own soundtrack, I guess. I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanished. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror, nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. Oh, what, But I take a reflexive breath and air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. Ugh. Feeling comes flooding back. Warm cloth on my bare skin, a firm surface underneath me, a strange tang of sulfur in the air. Do not be afraid. Oh. I twist my head toward the voice. Tears flood my bleary eyes at the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm, steady, and commanding, but more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. Stay away from me. My words come out in a little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No. No? Who the hell is this? Sit up. I manage to push myself up on one elbow, but my head swims and my surroundings give an alarming lurch. Ah, stubborn patient. I don't have the strength to dignify that with a response. Instead, I pull the sheet up higher and wipe my eyes until my vision clears. Ooh, hello. Been a long time since I've seen that pretty face. The stranger towers over my prone form. Warm light limns his pristine medical coat. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I realize that I'm completely naked except for the thin linen sheet. Naked, lying on a low cot with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move. The man's gaze flickers to my exposed, unbandaged hands. I plunge my hands under the sheet, though it's too late. He must have noticed what they look like. Strange, cursed, inhuman. Also, multiple hands? I thought I lost an arm. Multiple hands. I brace myself for his inevitable disgust, but his courteous smile lingers. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You're safe here. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere, with anyone. Even my own mentor, my teacher, thought I was nothing but a convenient specimen to be used and discarded. I scowl, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hands. I see you are not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. Ooh, I like this on the side. This looks really cool. Anatomical art. With a soft creak, he rises from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. Right? The art is very nice in this game. Both the backgrounds and the character art. Everything is really nice. This looks like a medical clinic. Bottles of silvery, alchemical concoctions line the counters in neat rows. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke, and something distinctly metallic. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. Thank you. Yeah, be polite. He got you clothes and saved our life. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, or what he wants with me. Thank you. You are very welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through a narrow door. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbow stops me short. I reach down absently to rub at it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neat line of stitches. He sewed my arm back on. I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off. And yet, the limb shows no sign of injury apart from the black stitches poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. My question is when he tended to us, did he use gloves? Because I assume he used gloves because that's more sanitary. But like, if he didn't use gloves when tending to us, then that means he's resistant to the effects of our curse because he would have touched our skin. So, assuming he used gloves, but unconfirmed. This is impossible. I should be dead, or at the very least, gasping out my last breaths. Actually, yeah, check our front. Like, we got fucking ripped open. How's the body look? Do we have lines of stitches everywhere? I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake up and find myself bleeding out in the swamp. But nothing happens. The seconds tick by and my arm remains resolutely healed, my surroundings pristine and quiet. In numb disbelief, I grab the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, bundled with a black woolen cloak, but there's one thing still missing, my bandages. The doctor didn't leave me with any, though I know he saw my hands. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be bandages somewhere. I start opening drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open. Are you looking for something? I whirl around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try to step back from him, but my legs bump against the cot. Your caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. That doesn't make me feel any better in the slightest, but he makes no move toward me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean, white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I can help if you tell me what ails you. I doubt it. Traveling to Iridia was a gamble born of desperation rather than hope. Nothing has come close to curing my curse. And yet, my left arm twitches. The arm that was severed before my very eyes. The doctor's unblinking gaze follows my every move. It's clear he won't drop this without some sort of answer. The bandages protect me, and they warn others to stay away. What if you just wrote on the bandages, "Don't fucking touch me"? Warning, infection, do not touch. You could just lie. You could just lie about what it is. If people don't believe it's a curse, you could just lie and say, "I have an insanely infectious disease under the bandages. Don't touch me or you'll get it." Make yourself a mummy out of caution tape. God. I'll eventually... I haven't gotten any of my Kickstarter stuff from this because I pre-ordered the physical art book for it. But, I also ordered, like... I ordered a pack that was supposed to get me some stickers and a charm of one of the characters. But I really... You guys will get photos as soon as I receive any of my physical rewards. I'm very excited. I have to wait because the art book has not been made yet. Because they're still technically working on it. I've tried every way of covering my hands and this works best. Most people avoid touching me as soon as they see the bandages. Yeah, because they assume some kind of rot or infection. An illness then, or a less mundane affliction spread by contact. I flinch. He doesn't even sound surprised, and that's far too close to the truth for comfort. I don't want to glare at him. I mean, he saved my life, gave me clothes, and he's not telling me to not use the bandages, so I'm just gonna decline to answer. Well, it's personal, and I don't really want to get into it. I have treated every affliction under the sun. I may have answers that you do not. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? I shake my head. I need to know more about this doctor before he figures me out. Who are you? You may call me Karas. And where exactly am I? Iridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Iridia. So, I made it to the City of Knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor from the caravan, barely clinging to life. You needed immediate treatment. Which you provided? Yes. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frown and flex the fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine, thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Pardon? A Solus attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. But when I woke up here, I spent my entire life learning from a Cenobium mage, and I know of no alchemy or magic that could reattach a severed limb. Even if he somehow could heal me with magic, I should be able to detect traces of it, but I sense nothing out of the ordinary. The doctor, Karas, pinches the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair, quiet for a long time. I do not know where you come from, but Iridia is the city of knowledge and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and one should not give or receive it freely. Since you refuse to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. You are new to Iridia, so I will overlook the specific breach of etiquette. Do not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Do you understand? He glances at my freshly bandaged hands. Loath though I am to admit it, he has a point. I'm a complete stranger to him, yet he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time, when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. T. My name is T. It is a pleasure to meet you, T. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving my life. I like being alive. I chance a smile in return. Even if he won't explain how he did the impossible, there's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Karas. Karas? I don't know the exact pronunciation, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but that's just what I'm gonna say. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't know me. The question seems to startle Karas. I could hardly leave you to die in the wastes. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicately embroidered pattern around the hem. I try not to think about what price Karas might demand for such well-made clothes. No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across such a fascinating patient. I blink. What did he just say? I simply meant that few would cling to life so resolutely, or brave such a perilous journey to Iridia. I could not help being curious about you, T. His voice dips to a soft murmur, and he abruptly looks away from me. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wiggle my intact fingers at him. Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and leaving you destitute in a strange place would be unethical. I fall silent, unsure of what to say. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation and spares me from having to say anything else. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Karas lets out a sigh. Please wait. Though he says it quietly, the clamor on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, T? Oh. Between the soulless attack and my miraculous survival, I'd almost forgotten why I came to Iridia in the first place. I need directions to the cenobium. The cenobium? The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you will find it there. The cenobium's gates open for precious few visitors, and even if they opened for you, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing? Risked life and limb for nothing? No, that can't be. I've only just arrived, and Iridia is the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then, if not the cenobium, where would you suggest? Do you know of anyone else in Iridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the Wet Wick and ask for Leander, the leader of the Adderstone. Oh, they did change his company's name. Cool. Excuse me, the wet what? The Wet Wick. He sounds deeply unamused. Follow the Adderstone postings. They're difficult to miss. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Karas points towards the back door. You will be safe so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet for the worst sort of attention. If you require my assistance, you may return whenever you wish. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I slip out the back door.
Come on.
Oh god, I should have taken a sip of water!
Do you hate me? Do you love me? Are you gonna kill me? I've got a knife right here. Were you kissing me, darling?
Ironic considering the
How
game we're
much do you
playing.
feel?
Oh, dang it, Lee. You got me. I almost choked on my water. Now I'm able to take an actual sip without spitting it up. Cheating on the boy live? Listen. The boy I'm cheating on Ronan with, has got himbo bod. I'm sorry. He got them big old titties and I can't help myself. I can't help myself around him. We're actually about to go meet him. I actually have
That's what you want, isn't it?
Stop.
To be mine. Forever.
I actually have a compilation on both my TikTok and on my YouTube of playing this game. On TikTok, it's literally just a compilation of me simping over Leander. Because I don't know why, but he is my favorite. I can't, I can't put my finger on why, but the Tiggle Bitties might be part of it. I find myself standing in a narrow, rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of emptied chamber pots. Ugh. Something weighs heavily inside one of the cloak's pockets. My coin purse. Wow, he actually gave that back to us. Nice. Every last coin that I'd scraped together for the journey to Iridia is still inside. The purse doesn't even look like it was opened. There were so few coins to begin with, they probably weren't worth stealing. I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Cross didn't take any payment. He didn't ask for a future favor. But he also said that... This is a little loud, turning my headphones down. He also said that in Iridia, secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? That's not exactly a comforting thought, but still, no matter why he did it, Karas gave me a second chance and a lead on where I might find help. I don't know why, but he's my favorite. Looks at 2 big reasons. It's very true. God. I played this very early on in my streamer journey. So when they said they updated the demo with like more content and like some changes, I figured it was time to replay it, which means I believe you guys said that you have or were going to update the Killer Chat demo. I'm going to be revisiting that for the definitive edition. I thought I was gonna, I kind of figured I would replay the demo closer to when you guys launched the Kickstarter to revive awareness, to try and kind of help spread word a bit more if I can. I have another game demo that I have to play sometime around June and August. For their Kickstarter too, I was invited to play another one, so I'm excited for that. I like playing the demos for the Kickstarter games to help try and get more attention for the Kickstarter, so. Ooh, the demo be changing? Oh! I'm gonna, just give me like a rough estimate at some point later down the line, and I will play it closer to or after the Kickstarter starts to help promote people going and checking that out. I promise, I'll do that for you guys. I want to help get you guys as much attention as I can. I better be going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and into the crowded main street. The line outside Karas's clinic stretches down the road. Two thin peddlers queue alongside weathered elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Iridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in narrow streets. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over me and my stomach gives a faint gurgle. This morning's catch, fried up hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. That sounds disgusting, but I'm starving, so I duck my head under the stall's grubby awning. A large fish leers up at me with 3 bulging eyes, still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. What's the cheapest thing you got? The vendor points at a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh, long lads, 3 copper apiece. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coins out, counting them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. 2 streets later, I pass under a wrought iron archway, adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The buildings in this quarter are a dizzying riot of color, painted walls and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. This must be Iridia's entertainment district. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the words, "The Adderstone," printed above his head. I pause before the poster. What a curious choice of name. A semi-precious mineral that draws out poison. Oh, interesting. If Leander is the leader of the Adderstone, then the face painted on the poster is likely his. I follow the line of identical posters around the corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, "The Wet Wick." The facade of the building, or the facade or facade, I don't know. I don't know how to read. Don't worry about it. It looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. Here we go. Shh, he's coming. It's not even midday, yet the wick is packed. A loose collection of Iridians crowd the bar, taking up the tables and gathering in the spaces between. They speak amongst each other in hushed voices, their faces drawn and grave. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. Really? Okay. It seems really loud. Okay. That's not as bad. Okay. They speak amongst each other in hushed voices, their faces drawn and grave. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring, and I'm considering searching the bar when a loud voice carries across the room. Now, I'm no prior or curator. I'm not much for paperwork or pencil pushing. And honestly, I don't even think those robes come in my size. I crane my neck, but the crowd is too dense for me to see the speaker. Gather around, I want to show you all something. There's no time to move out of the way. The audience surges towards the center of the room in a sudden torrent. I'm caught and swept along with them. Hey! The clatter of falling chairs and tables being shoved aside drowns out my complaints. I thrash and throw my elbows as heavy bodies press into mine. My hip knocks onto a table. I grip it, holding on tight to steady myself, but the crowd has stilled. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. There he is! If you want nothing but guidelines, impractical policies, and needless bureaucracy, you know where to go. I drag my eyes upward. A man towers on the table in front of me, arms spread as he addresses his rapt audience. But I'm not going to wait for word from on high. His impassioned words provoke nods and excited whispers, but nothing is as captivating as his brilliant smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. And unlike those clerics, I don't need Abbess's approval to cast a spell or two. As he raises his hand above the audience, the dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches the light in a flash of gold. It seems I found Leander. These are our streets. We make our own luck here. He snaps, and a flash of pale green light erupts from his hand. With a flick of his wrist, Leander conjures a ribbon of glittering light. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pinched fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals unfurl. Leander raises the flowers with a flourish, and the bar bursts into clapping and cheers. My mouth hangs open, and not just on account of the impressive performance. There was no incantation, no spell circle. I've never seen such a beautiful and intricate spell cast so effortlessly. With skills like that, there's no wonder Kuras sent me here. Leander plucks the shimmering flowers out of the air and turns in a slow circle. Now, who could use some good luck? Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table, but Leander's cool green eyes slide right over them and lock onto me instead. How about you? My chest grows tight. Suddenly, I'm in the spotlight. I'm gonna take the flowers! Give me the flowers! I reach out and take the flowers from him, all too aware of my trembling fingers. There's no weight to them, only a faint warmth that radiates from the stems. As soon as the lilies leave Leander's hand, they dim and fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. That's the problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? He grins at me, and I find myself smiling back. Ah, there he is! I want to punch his face. God! Hi. I'm not... Okay. Don't chew on my headphones wire. That's bad. I shouldn't chew on that. Oh, what I can chew on is something that I should have taken before stream. So excuse me while I just... I gotta chew on something, okay? Let me live. Let me just close this back up so I don't knock it over, because I know I will. Leander steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with a clink. Alright, show's over. Back to work, everyone. The audience disperses, and Leander heads towards the bar. Now's my chance. I start after him, only to find myself face to face with one of his followers. Where do you think you're going? I need to talk to Leander. Uh-huh, you and half of Lowtown. Leander's busy right now. Adderstone business. Come back tonight. After the moment we shared, surely Leander can spare a word. But the follower crosses her arms, unmoved. I glance over her shoulder, hoping to catch a glimpse of Leander. As though sensing my gaze, he looks up, and for a moment our eyes lock. Had a flashback to the first time I played when he looked over at me and I went, he looked at me. Yes, okay, but yeah, hello sir, he is my favorite. He's got that fuckboy energy, I'm sorry. Then Leander turns away to murmur something to the group gathered around him. The follower moves to block my view. You hear me? I'm not looking for trouble. This Dr. Kuras said I should find Leander. That's... She's interrupted by a hand resting on her shoulder. Kuras sent you? He said you could help me. Leander nods at the woman and she steps aside wordlessly. Follow me. He leads me to the crowded bar. There's so little room that his broad shoulders presses against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Sorry about that. The Adderstone watch out for one another, but they can be overprotective at times. Lesson learned. Leander flashes me a broad grin. You're new to Iridia, aren't you? He says with a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. Sorry. My eyes drop to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What'll it be? Surprise me and add anything my friend wants to my tab. What do you think, guys? Alcohol in the middle of the day or water? I feel like he drinks a lot, though, because he works out of the bar. Surprise me, got it, most expensive drink, right? Fuck it, I'll have what he's having. I think I picked water last time. I don't remember clearly. I'll have what he's having. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Leander leans his elbow on the counter. His sleeves right up, revealing a long, raised scar. I catch myself following its winding path across his forearm. So there's a mark here, and he's got one here. Supposedly it's like all over here. Like it's on his, like it goes all up. Drinking at noon, let's go! Leander's eyes wander over mine in return. When they wander over me in return. When they lock on my bandaged hands, a bitter taste rises in my throat. Here come the questions. Is there any chance Kuros sent you here for cheap drinks or barely edible appetizers? No. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, sighing when it immediately falls back into place. That's the doctor for you. Always business. Not sure he even knows how to relax. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses. I raise mine and give it an experimental sniff. It smells faintly yeasty, like beer, but with an undercurrent I can't quite place. A quick sip confirms my worst suspicions. It's awful. Briny and sour with a distinct hint of pickle flavoring. I can't approve that message because I'm not allowed to say that on Twitch, but yes. I am that. I acknowledge that, but I can't let that be in chat. I can't let it be in chat. I'm not allowed to say it. It takes every fiber of my body not to say it jokingly because it's currently my favorite word for no reason whatsoever. But don't tell me what to do. Pickle flavoring, gross. Besides me, Leander takes a deep swig from his glass. How often do you drink terrible drinks for that to be okay for you to just tuck right in, huh? So, how can I help you? I need to get to the cenobium. As soon as the word cenobium leaves my mouth, the group standing nearby falls silent. From the wary looks thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some taboo. Bet it's tequila. I have no idea. I drink very few alcoholic things, so I don't know what kind of alcohol that they have in Fantasy World, but apparently it tastes gross. It had to be the cenobium. Leander pushes away from the counter. Let's continue this conversation outside. I rise to follow him. Here we go. Leander leads me into an alleyway tucked behind the wet wick. Layers upon layers of frayed and faded Adderstone posters plaster the walls. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his printed likeness is impressive, if abstract. Kuros didn't send you here to ask for a personal escort to the cenobium, did he? From his tone, he already knows the answer. No, he suggested that I reconsider. Yet here you are, asking about a guide anyway. He looks at me expectantly. I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my monstrous capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Also, he got them tired eyes, which are, delicious. Are you aware of Iridia's particular currency? Information's worth its weight in gold around here. I don't much care for outdated traditions, so I'll be completely honest. The Cenobium won't help you. They're more likely to torture you than lend you a hand. Torture? My teacher never described anything like that. Well, she was also using you for experiments, so... But the Cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary, and how do you think they obtain that knowledge? Test subjects. The Cenobium has always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge, a shining beacon of hope in a fading world. If any... One second. Okay, so... Oh, no, my son is yelling in the backyard. It's fine. Oh, nope, now he's yelling in the house. 1 second. Okay. He's been put in his room for a long time. She taught you what torture was, then you might find out she was torturing you. Yeah, exactly. Like, she only taught you what she wanted you to know because it made things convenient for her. It's a perfect example. If any place held answers, it would be the Cenobium. That's why I came here. Leander nods patiently. You're not the first person to fall for their propaganda. I grew up idolizing the Cenobium. I wanted nothing more than to join their ranks, to learn magic from the best, to make a real difference. I was young and blinded by the legends and legacy. I was so damn naive. He shakes his head. All it took was one trip here to Lowtown to show me the truth. Unless you've got a heavy purse or high-born blood, the Cenobium doesn't give a damn. They'll never open their gates for the ones who need help the most. Then it's all a lie. Why did the music suddenly stop? Oh, God, don't suddenly stop like that. Shh. Things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, yet it leaves me reeling. Leander watches me as though weighing something in his mind. That doesn't mean you're hopeless, far from it. I founded the Adderstone to help people like you. We settle disputes, slay feral soulless, hell, we've even been known to patch a leaky roof or two. Whatever troubles you, we can help, free of charge. I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. I appreciate the offer, but my problem can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leander doesn't look remotely surprised. Then you're looking for help with something serious, something not even Karas could crack. It must be a truly remarkable problem if you came all the way to Iridia searching for help. Tell me, how can I help you? Leander may not work for the Cenobium, but if his demonstration was any indication, then he's even stronger than the mage who raised me. She couldn't do anything about my curse, but maybe... Indecision gnaws at me. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this might be my only path forward. My confession comes out in a strained whisper. I'm cursed. He looks me up and down, taking in my face, my eyes, and finally, my hands. Is that why you bandage your hands? My touch is dangerous. It changes people, hurts them. Before I've even finished, Leander pulls his left glove off. He flexes his fingers and grins. All right, let's see it. As he offers me his hand, a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm, an enchantment for protection, but I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Leander is. I won't allow myself to hurt him. To see his kind face unrecognizably warped. I don't want to hurt you. I'll be fine, trust me. I've seen enough curses and hexes to last me 2 lifetimes, but I'm still standing. Do you really think Karas would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. I'm twice as good as any Cenobian mage. If anyone can help you, it's me. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. I look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Then, I begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. If you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. You can tie me up first if it makes you feel better. His attempt at levity does little to comfort me. With each joint I expose, I grow increasingly certain that this is a terrible idea, but if he's bothered by how my hands look, he doesn't show it. Alright, deep breath, on my count. My fingers hover shakily over Leander's palm. 3, 2, 1. I tap his palm once as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it ever takes. Heart racing, my eyes dart to his face, but Leander only smiles gently. See? It can't be. When I reach for his palm again, Leander catches my wrist before I can pull back. I told you. There's really nothing to worry about. He trails off when my thumb grazes the soft skin of his inner wrist. I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of his palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't anticipating. It's not as though I've never been touched before. My curse only extends to my hands, and desperation spurs creativity. But all that pales in comparison to this. I've never experienced such intimacy. My fingers, long deprived by years of bandages, pick up every single detail. The grooves along his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the bones in his wrist. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand without dire consequences. I've never realized what I was missing. While Leander's pulse is steady, mine hammers as fear gives way to excitement. Keep touching him. just a little more. Just a little more. It's okay, just a little more. My hand glides over Leander's wrist and up his arm where smooth skin abruptly gives way to a raised scar. It matches the one that runs from his collar to his cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? When I glance at Leander's face, his lips part as he considers his words. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? My hand goes still on his arm. So far. Then, is it everything you ever wanted? When I nod, Leander turns my hand in his to inspect the gleaming fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. There's no revulsion in his face, no fear. He looks up at me and grins. It's not every day I meet someone as enticing as gold. He winks and lets me go. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. V, welcome in, V. Hello. How you doing? Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. I can't believe that worked. I've really forgotten my manners. May I ask your name? I'm T. T, this curse of yours is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I can tell you're careful, but it's best you keep this between us. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I'd yet to consider. I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. That moment between Leander and the player means everything to me. It means so much to me. I fixate on just the absolute odd connection, the excitement of being able to touch someone without the fear for once of driving someone mad. I think about it a lot. The Wick is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of Leander's followers have dispersed, or in a few cases, fallen asleep beside their drinks. Got any rooms left, or did my lot grab them all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. The usual room? Leander's laugh sounds slightly strained. Look at that face! Yuzu! Welcome, welcome! We're here with our favorite boy! They updated the demo, so I wanted to replay it. But hi, welcome in. How's it goes? No, the bartender asked if he wanted the usual room, suggesting, you know, where Leander does his hanky-panky, and I think he's embarrassed. We just had this scene in the alleyway where we get to hold his hand for the first time. No, not today. This is just for my friend, T. Right. Stay as long as you like. You two have fun. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, Leander! Have fun? Like I mentioned earlier in the stream today, fuck boy. Leander clears his throat and then holds the key out to me. I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? Nothing. My treat since you shared your secret. Food, drink, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small but heavy in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone a free meal. Thank you. Iridia is twice as dangerous as it is wondrous. Be careful out there. And if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. Anytime! I will find you at, like, listen. I mean, do you want to just handcuff us together right now? Because that's how close we're gonna be. The dogs are going a little cuckoo, and I don't know why. Please hold. Dogs are just going off. We have a neighbor out front chatting with mom, so not really anything I could do about it. So, if you guys can hear the dogs, it's just gonna be background noise. So, I'm sorry. Okay. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Oh, an ad starts in less than a minute. Well, I'll be taking the ad break at least, because I need to use the little dragon's room. Leander gives me a friendly wave before returning to the bar. Dogs aren't noticeable on my end. Okay, cool. Well, that's so long as Ben doesn't start barking. The other two are across the house, but Ben is in the room just down the hall, so if he starts going off, you guys will definitely hear it because he's got a loud bark. But we'll see. Did we ever see the room before? I don't remember ever seeing the bedroom before in the last version of the demo. Dust glitters in the sparse rays of light illuminating the room. The furniture is tired, the walls cracked, and a large, lumpy bed serves as the centerpiece. The bed frame is so thin. Yeah, that shit's gonna break. That shit's gonna break. It is. I mean, they didn't say it was a good mattress, but I'm a little worried about how thin the legs of the bed frame are. I think it's gonna snap. I can't remember the last time I slept in a bed, and I never imagined I'd sleep on one tonight. When I collapsed onto the bed, the springs let out shrill squeaks. Shrieks? Squeaks. Finally, I can allow myself to rest. Oh, we're falling asleep. My eyes fall shut before long. And we're gonna go on a break. See you in a couple minutes, snackies! Okay, welcome back. We just woke up! What good timing! I wake to pale sunlight filtering through the narrow windows. Despite the clamor of the tavern below, the precious hours of rest have restored my strength and gifted me a flicker of cautious optimism. If I play my cards right, today could be the day I get closer to finding a cure. I quickly head out of the wet wick. The air clings sodden and heavy with the lingering scent of rain. Without the afternoon crowd, the district looks barren and bleak. In the middle of the street, a pair of crows quibble over stale bread crusts. I pause, watching them while I consider my next move. Karas and Leander both made it clear that the cenobium can't be trusted, but I came so far and endured too much to give up now. I need to see the cenobium for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. Surely someone in the bar can point me in the right direction. I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. A cloud, I think, until a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. Oh, this music is too calm for that. I'll swap over to this one. The shadow trickles down the street in rivulets. Formless dark spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch. A muzzle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I can feel it in my chest. I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped as though the slightest movement or breath will snap the jaws around me shut. No, I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to look at what got me in the eyes first. I steel myself, then turn. The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came, and I'm left standing in the middle of the street, alone, save for a figure reclined in the shade of a nearby stoop. There he is! A monster. That much is clear from a glance. One that could nearly be mistaken for human were it not for the tufted ears, the tail curled around his ankle, or the dust-pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fall on me. We lock gazes, and the monster uncrosses his long legs. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood where it curls around his collared throat. Jumpy, aren't you? His tone is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable grin. Did you see that shadow just now? It was massive, moved like a beast. Even as I speak, I'm aware of how ridiculous I must sound, but the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beasts I've seen are the wick-strolling regulars, though this did catch my eye. My room key! Catboy spotted! With a flick of his wrist, my in-room key dangles from his fingers. It turns on its chain, glittering when it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak's pockets, and sure enough, find them flat. He crooks his finger, beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flicks at the edges of my vision. I always seem to attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. I'm gonna save. Who said that's my key? Where did you find it? I feel like if I say, oh, that's not mine, he'll be like, oh, well, then I guess you don't mind if I keep it. Maybe we should play innocent. Be like, oh, man, I must have dropped it. Did you find it for me? Maybe. We'll play innocent. My key. How do you find it? What can I say? I'm a sucker for shiny things. He smiles wide enough to reveal sharp fangs. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. City like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I didn't drop my key, and I didn't sense any magic either. He must have stolen it somehow. I approached the monster, careful to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. The stranger's chain softly clinks with the tilt of his head. His ears flick. Keeping your distance. I'd be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but not that good. Do I really look like a common thief to you? He's got me there. You don't look like a common thief, but you look like an uncommon thief. Point. The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Besides, that's why he's an uncommon thief. He doesn't thieve because he wants money. He's thieving because he wants the ha-has. Because he sees something interesting and says, I want to poke it with a stick. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Luckily for you, I don't charge. You and Leander, I swear to God, you're gonna both be the death of me. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. I didn't mean to assume... I'm flattered, really, but did you think you could pay to pet my ears? I just need my key back. Ask nicely, and I might even let you tug my tail. Just throw it here! So some spindly little street urchin can snatch it and run. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming in the wick with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with, derision? I don't know that word. Hold on. Contemptuous ridicule or mockery. Oh.
Derision.
Derision. Okay, I did say it right. Just checking. I'm not telling you anything. Yeah, that fits for his character. I just came across a word I didn't know vocabulary-wise, and I was like, I want to know. I'm going to learn today. What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He listlessly watches the arc of my keys swinging around his finger. The weather's shit, the food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe, unless... Dagger's sharp eyes flick toward me. They gleam bright with amusement. Unless you're just dying to consort with monsters. By now my embarrassment is worn away, leaving shimmering impatience in its place. If this is a shakedown, it's the most frustrating one I've ever what? Endured? Play along with him. How'd you know that I spent all my money, starved, and nearly died in a swamp just so I could crawl into a bed with the first thirsty monster I met? That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told subtlety's not my strength. So, your place or mine? Oh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh no. I wasn't ready for that. I'd invite you if only I had my key. If only I had my key, I might be able to invite you up. Yeah, that escalated quickly. I wasn't expecting him to keep going. His languid gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Take my hand and we'll go together. No! Stop calling my bluff! The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. No, I think that's just how Vare is. He just wants to play hanky-panky. And something tells me this one is more dangerous than he lets on, even if he has a lovely laugh. This wasn't what I intended. Such devastation! God, I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack me or bite. I mean, he could bite. I wouldn't be opposed to some teeth. I won't bite hard unless you beg me. There! Someone get the spray bottle! No matter what I say, I'm gonna have to set up like a spray bottle redeem or something for when we play the full game. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendo. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as though we're having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's... He's so quiet. I have my volume down so low, I barely heard him, but yeah. I'll change that one to a spray bottle eventually. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in Hightown tonight. Their lutist is utterly exquisite. Truly a performance to die for. There's life in this dreadful place if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city well. The monster's gaze flickers from me to the key hanging from his finger. Naturally, this stump was little more than a miserable little smear on a map when I first arrived. High town, low town, I know Iridia like the back of my hand. What about the Cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Wow, everyone really hates the Cenobium. I think we should take the hint. Surely you've seen it, that absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. He must mean that spire. I noticed it when I first caught sight of Iridia. The Cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy boars in their limp dick tower couldn't even dream of. What do you say? How about the two of us have a little adventure? I've already got plans. Oh, have you some pressing matters at the Cenobium? Lunch dates with librarians, tea time with the most esteemed abbess? That's my business. What's it matter to you? I square my shoulders, and the amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. The stranger, finally bored of his own tedious game, extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. When he makes no other move, I reach for the key, but as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my elbow. Hey! He yanks me down and I stagger, my shoes slipping on the steps. Whoa! I forgot about that. For a sick moment, I fear my bandages will unravel under his touch, but he's careful not to disturb them even as he grips my arm. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of the road and death. And that fucking doctor. Whoa. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, nose grazing my jaw. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. His wide, flat eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes at me. Let go. Just when I fear he'll bite, his group loosens and his eyes widen with awe. It seems I underestimated you. You're... Veer! I kind of want to know what he knows. He identified something on us, right? I'm curious. The stranger's ears flatten and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging my bandages. He twists around to see a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. Her Cenobian uniform is nearly identical to the one my mentor kept tucked away in her closet. I leave you for all of what? 10 minutes and you're making trouble again. Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger, Veer, I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar. He grins at me and his tail swishes coyly. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth to correct him, but Veer cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger's drawn to you like a moth to flame. It will always find you given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she's heard this recital 102 times. 102 times. Fucking, I can't read. Word to the wise: don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook could sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a wilting look from Veer. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true. Now hold still. Veer rises gracefully at her approach. He pushes his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly it dawns on me that the jingling I heard earlier wasn't coming from his harness, but a heavy iron chain around a hitching post and padlocked to the back of his collar. The woman produces a crowed key ring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friend's tagging along on our merry little soulless hunt. They're hunting for soulless inside the city? Words momentarily fail me. The cleric regards me with a polite, if tight, smile before marching down the stairs. Veer lingers. He stretches his arm over his head with a yawn, and I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Your little secret's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed. Veer hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Leventian nut? Actually, don't tell me. Knowing you is probably disgusting. Veer's airy laughter echoes down the street. It's only after he and the cleric have vanished from sight that I realize I'm missing something. Wait! Reflexively, I shove my hands in my pockets and find it. The room key. I raise it to the light. Sure enough, it's my key, but the realization is hardly comforting. I don't know what Veer's game was, or what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that the Cenobium saw fit to leash him, a fate I could share if that's what his vague warning meant. I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns, gently swaying in the breeze to the Cenobium faintly visible through the haze. Just one glimpse is all I need, then I can put all this behind me. This time, the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. It's easy enough to follow the winding streets, climbing uphill toward the distant tower. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I'm searching for. The Cenobium of the Luminous Void. It stands at the highest point of Iridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, ignoring the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gates. I crane my neck up until the top of the cenobium spire disappears into the clouds overhead. The gates are so heavily enchanted that even standing near them sets my teeth on edge. Alchemically reinforced locks, invisible alarm sigils, and who knows what else. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. Ooh! A shadowy figure crouches beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine as if testing its strength. Oi, you there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spot it, and a gaunt-faced man in crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps towards me. Ugh, another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words, and he turns around without even waiting for my response. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing. Just the leaves blowing gently in a cool breeze. I step away from the gates, hopelessness washing over me. Hello. 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 Fucking a whisper coats the back of my ear, hot and syrupy. I jerk away, but find no one beside me. Instead, halfway down the staircase, I spot a girl peering up at me. She's barefoot, draped in several layers of worn, moth-eaten clothing. Peculiar metal jewelry hangs across her face and jingles with each slight movement. Her eyes are her most striking feature. They shine a scorching, unnatural crimson. Ooh, we coming up on Yuzu's boy. It feels like staring into the sun, and yet I'm strangely captivated by her. She tilts her head, and the tinkling of metal riding the wind. Do you need help? I do. I'm unsure how to respond. The air is charged with a mysterious energy, as if each of my words is worth its weight in gold. On the off chance she can help me, I might as well be somewhat truthful. I do, but wanting it is another question. The giggle she makes is a chiming, fluttering sound. You're honest. I like that. She dips into a polite curtsy. My name is Iris. I was like you once, hopeless and alone. The ones in the tower won't help with your pain. I might be able to, though. I try not to dwell on the fact that I'm recognizably desperate. Instead, I focus on her vague offer as I descend the steps. You don't know what I'm looking for. You need what everyone needs in this world. A miracle. Iris turns and my thoughts abruptly scatter. Pitted skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? By the looks of it, some sort of disease ate away at her spine, leaving her with a hollowed vertebrae. How is she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet... I only get a glimpse before she faces me once more, this time looking a bit bashful. I know it's not pretty, but that's not what matters. The sea spring can cure anything. It can cure you, too. Oh, that's part of the music. I'm like, what's with that laughter? This music is oddly fitting. Her shining eyes flick to my bandaged hands and then up again, so quickly I nearly miss it. I stand there, wordless. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. She extends a hand out to me, her delicate fingers outstretched. I can take you there if you'd like. You can decide on your own when you see it. Her hand is frail, marred with tiny wounds. It's the epitome of vulnerability, the complete opposite of the cenobium's mocking, impenetrable gates. And if I say no? It's your choice. The truth is, I don't have much of a choice. Not right now, at least. I wonder if Iris knows that somehow. If there's any hope of finding a cure, I need to follow every lead, including this sea spring for myself. Take her hand is my only choice. I cautiously slide my hand into hers. Her skin is ice cold through my bandages. We descend from the higher streets, abandoning their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict districts hold more familiarity for me. However, Iris leads me farther still, until I'm met with an all too familiar sight. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. The sea spring is straight ahead. Iridia's outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight, but venturing beyond city walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. I'm gonna restart that song. Because it's real good. Wait, oh, why did it start that over? There we go. I want the music box stuff back. There we go. I shake my head and pull away from Iris. I'm not leaving the city. She circles in front of me with a placating gesture. Don't be scared. I promise you it's all right. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it, and this stretch before you is the safest of all. She casts a wistful gaze out over the waste, as if admiring something beyond the vista. This region belongs to Ice. Some call him a gang leader, but he's much more than that. It's difficult to string my thoughts together. Only a fool would leave the city, but a primal instinct tells me that Iris isn't lying. She twirls around with another curtsy, jewelry twinkling playfully in the sunlight, her doe eyes soften with a smile. As I said, it's your choice. Thank you for coming this far. I hope we meet again, T. I blink and she's gone. Confusion grips me as I look around, searching for any trace of her. But I'm completely alone, with only the vast nothingness of the waste for company. Did I just imagine everything? No, that whole encounter was real. Again, that primal instinct insists on it, just like it insisted on Iris's honesty. The sea spring is straight ahead. If it managed to cure Iris, I need to see what it can do for me. How did she know my name? That's the real question. I venture forth, nerves and determination roiling together in my chest. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. For what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward, one step, then another, until a realization hits me. I never told Iris my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me, a building nestled into a tall cliffside. It appears so starkly out of place that it might as well be a hallucination, dripping with extravagance, adorned in honeyed mahogany. It's an ornate jewel of architecture. Dark silhouettes skirt on both sides. Trees, I think, until I'm close enough to realize that what I mistook for branches were spikes and jutting tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watching me in the distance like statues. Flashes of last night chase me, the gushes of blood and screams of death, the smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I can't go through that again. I won't. Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as fast as they'll take me towards the decorated building. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through towering double doors. My lungs burn from exertion. I gasp for breath, desperate to be safe, but when I orient myself with my surroundings, it's more hellscape than sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with a lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hand leaps to my mouth, but the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the sea spring, the place that grants miracles. Tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seating pillows scatter the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. And my music is gone. What the fuck is... What is that? Why is there a trailer in the middle of this? There we go. Weird. Okay. Hello? Is anyone here? My voice echoes across the cavern without response. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for... What do you guys think? Top, middle, bottom. Which paper should we reach for? First one to call out. Anybody? I'll just pick the middle one then. I reach for a note in front of me. It reads, Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again. Oh, welcome in. Hello. Welcome in, Novalux. Hello, everybody. Hi, Raiders. How's it going? Aw, Bun Raid. Wee. Yay. Welcome in. What's happening? Another raid. Cinnabon. Kiana? Is it Kiana Cinnabon? Welcome in. Hello. Was that just a coincidence or have I been double rated? Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Let me get you guys some shout outs. Thank you so much for the raid. XVT. Is that gonna work or did I do that wrong? I might have did that wrong. Hold it. Let's try that again. There we go. And then... but hi, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is T. Thank you so much for the follow, thank you. There we go. But thank you so much. Hi, my name's T. I'm your local Mimic Manor host. We are here to have fun with games, no matter what kind they are. So we are a variety stream channel, and today we're checking out the changes made to the Touchstarved demo. Because I played it a long time ago when it first popped out, and then they said they updated it. So what a great reason to come back and see my boy Leander. But hi, welcome in. Yes, we're playing Touchstarved. I hope you guys had a lot of fun with your streams. If you do need a raid and run, please do feel free to go take care of yourselves. I totally understand. There are some minor changes that I've seen so far, but I don't think I've come across anything big. I honestly don't remember much from the first time I played it. But like they changed like the name of Leander's crew. And I think they said that they expanded on some of the scenes with the characters to give you a more fleshed out idea of what they're like. But we're barely 2 hours in, so we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna see if I can just play the whole dang demo on stream instead of doing it in parts. So, oh my goodness, what is it? That's so loud. I have some copyright-free music going on in the background because they recommend not streaming the music on the videos because it'll get copyright claimed. So I've got 2 playlists up for like one when it's creepy and one when it's not. I want to go back to this one. Why did that one? change. There we go. Okay. Yes. So, definitely have backup music when you play it. Yes, I can't wait for the full game too. We loved the first demo so much that I made a Touchstarved channel in the Discord server so we could talk about it and post like updates whenever we see anything new from their Twitter or what have you. So we're all very excited for this game. Yeah. Let's see. It's written in perfect cursive. I've never seen such beautiful handwriting. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty. Actually, I want to know... Wait, how do I want to check the other notes. Okay, so this one was, Dear Mom, sorry, don't talk to me if you see me. No one will read this, but it's not for anyone else. This is evidence I existed in this rotten, grim world. Even so, I wish I could have stayed longer. The bog girl will be lonely without me. I should have told her how I... The rest is scratched out. I wonder who wrote this. Oh. Okay. What about this one? I just want to know what the notes say, so hold on. They watch me through the mirrors. They won't stop staring. They know what I did, but they won't have me. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. I'm safe now. What? Ulsi de Piso vu Splaspun. I don't know. The writing deteriorates into unintelligible scrawl. Okay, well, I want to have done this top one for the playthrough, because this one... Oh, no. Which one should we canonically make our choice? All three are really good. So we've got the no one's supposed to read this anyways because it's just proof that I lived. We've got I'm sorry, Mom, don't talk to me if you see me. And then we've got they're watching me. Ooh, spooky. You know what? Fuck it. I like the spooky one. Let's go with the spooky one. The writing deteriorates into unintelligible scrawl. Someone's watching me. Okay, here we go. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. That stillness hides something deeper. Something wrong. Hey. I spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly. All different sizes and species, but sharing one identical trait. Glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel teeters over the sea spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. That voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze, their snarls quieting. I search for the voice's source and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. You look lost, little sparrow. His gaze is a violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaves me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes. It's your man! It's your man, Yuzu! Get your man! Get him! They're the same eyes I've seen over and over. First with Iris, now with the soulless circling me, all bound by the sea spring's blood red. In the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tentacles twist and coil around the wooden beams. Oh. I can't focus. The soulless growls ring in my ears. They're not advancing, but that could change at any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey! Eyes on me. My stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? Fuck you! I don't know if you should say fuck you to the person who can control the things that can tear you apart. I'm distracted. I'm kind of distracted by the Soulless about to maul me. Only by my command. I scan the Soulless again. They really aren't attacking, and are posturing more than anything else. You tamed them? Power of the Sea Spring. I love that his name says bastard. Skellerman, that's because it's an otome game. It is a dark romance fantasy. We're here to kiss all of these dangers. Name placement is so good, right? They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. Irresponsible kissing, but no regrets. No regrets. No regrets. How about I didn't do anything wrong? Trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives a non-committal shrug. I called out earlier to see if anyone was here. Were we supposed to play hide and seek? Didn't hear you. My voice stops in my throat. This bastard's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I need help. Okay, fine. I need help. I thought the sea spring could cure me, somehow. My voice wavers pathetically. Honesty has never been my strong suit. He cants his head to the side, appraising me, but doesn't respond. I fidget nervously. I'm telling you I came here for help. Are you listening? Your hands. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp exhale, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hands. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soulless are one command away from ripping me to shreds. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body stays frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well, the hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edge of the bandages. Stop. Do you think he can read our mind, that us thinking about our hands showed him what they look like? With a weary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. He's a monster, with an imposing figure that towers over me. I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big. Illuminated by lantern light, his features are stronger and sharper. Subtle clinks of metal accompany each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? I step backwards. Oh. And find nothing to set my foot on. I'd forgotten my back was to the sea spring. I fall, right before a warm hand catches my lower back. I'm hovering above the sea spring, the scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Blazing eyes bore into mine. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. Like I weigh nothing, he guides me back to solid ground. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt it gives me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though now I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I let out a breath of relief and a dog barks in the distance. Thanks. As focused on me as he was before, the monsters pay no attention to me now. He kicks some seating pillows out of the walkways, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. So that's it? I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why'd you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, he was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're ice, aren't you? Depends on who's asking. One of your friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Ice picks up the kettle, walks to the edge of the sea spring, and dumps the contents into the endless red. They took a walk. His pleasant smile stretches ear to ear. The dogs are being put in timeout for being noisy and barking at the neighbors. Okay, did my music pause again? What is happening? Oh, the mix just reached an end. Alright, let me just start over. Was hoping it would be a longer playlist. Then, in an instant, it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about that again. You said you came here for help. Depends. Can the sea spring cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. I mean, at least he's honest. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it with an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow. The sea spring can cure anything. Nothing's stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring? My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the liquid makes my guts churn. It's not as if I'm averse to elixirs or decoctions? Whatever. I made my fair share of them, but one misstep and you can easily meet with a fate worse than death. Is there a price? Always. Ice taps his temple with a finger. You lose it a little bit. That's it? Might have already beat it to the punch. My humor earns me an amused, fanged grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who drank before. Humans, monsters, soulless, one big happy family in your head. My blood runs cold. I've heard of these before. Group minds. Some legends suggest that independent minds can be physically linked together through a strong enough catalyst. It's never been done before. But something tells me this is real, even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Ice strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything! Came on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue, but my frustration spills out before I can ask any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I get threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tone. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. My skin prickles at the feeling of being washed washes over me again. My eyes dart back over to the sea spring. A lone ripple dances on the quiet surface. I take Ice's advice and clamp my mouth shut. Ice approaches a nearby soulless, a lanky dog-like one with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. Several sets of red eyes adorn its sides. Its forked tail wags rapidly when Ice squats beside it. He runs his fingers through the tendrils, scratches its chin, and pats its head. A gentle smile plays across Ice's lips. The affection he holds for the soulless is painfully clear. I dip my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. Following a short whistle from Ice's lips, it trots over to the entrance obediently, tail swaying. I watch the soulless warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how do I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. I follow the solace as at a measured distance and watch it nudge the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips a beat when I meet Eyes' eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow. I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. Outside, more crimson-eyed soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They pay no attention to me as the dog-like one escorts me away. It's an uneventful trip. Sometimes the soulless looks over its shoulder at me to make sure I'm still following. Ooh. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. The soulless sits, canting its head at me with unfamiliar crimson eyes. I want to pet it! Pet. As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the soulless's tendrils and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ice had. It pushes into my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. The vibrations are soothing, almost therapeutic. It's a cat! It's a cat dog! When it's satisfied, the soulless spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. I've just arrived in Iridia, but I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible, tamed soulless being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. Nightfall creeps across the streets of Iridia. The city labyrinth, even in daytime, has now become a warren of treacherous alleyways. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought this part of the city abandoned. My steps slow when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? Something's wrong. The fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle, a frisson of discomfort running down my spine. Something is wrong. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement, but the shadows are as deep and dark as pools of ink. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry. Though I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently, there's only the sound of my own footsteps. As the moments pass and nothing happens, I begin to wonder if I really did imagine that noise. I turn the next corner and my thoughts come to a screaming halt. My head spins, the world blurring as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amidst the haze. The soulless that attacked the caravan. It's crouched over a dark, indistinct shape, a body. As a garland of intestines spill from pallid flesh, blood grouts the cobblestones. Holding my breath, I take a step backward. When the wet, slurping sounds don't abate, I take another, then another. Then a shard of glass crunches under my heel. The world slows to a crawl as the soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of its sulphurous, bulging eyes fix unblinking on me. It's really here. It's come back for me. Run! I'm off like a shot, running for my life through the darkened streets. Behind me... Jesus! Behind me, a piercing bay splits the silence, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random, trying to lose the soulless in the maze of streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering rasp, growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arm swipe out. I duck, saved by pure reflex, and skid around a corner only to freeze. A wall twice as high as me bars my way. A dead end. Behind me, the Soulless looms. It's enormous, taking up nearly the entire width of the alleyway. Its long, claw-tipped limbs give it an advantage of reach. Oh god. Fight! I don't have anything to fight with, but fight! I may be cornered, but I'm not going to just lie down and accept my death. Despite the trembling of my fingers, I unwind my bandages. I just need to touch it. If I can touch it with my uncovered hands, I can pacify it. Can I? I thought that makes it crazy. Jesus. With an ear split... One second. With an ear-splitting shriek, the Soulless charges at me. I duck under its first swipe, nearly losing my footing. Its talons rake down, tearing the edge of my cloak. I see an opening and lunge. Oh, the Soulless talons open my arm from shoulder to wrist. Oh, no. For a moment, I don't feel anything. Then pain explodes up my arm and through my body, and I reflexively flinch back. I don't get far. The Soulless's tail whips out, catching me at the ankles and sending me sprawling to the ground. Desperately, I raise my good hand in an attempt to defend myself, but its foot comes down hard on my shoulder. The tendons give way, the joint dislocating with a sickening pop. With both arms useless, I can only watch, numb, as it descends on me. I wish I could say it was a quick and painless death. I wish I could say it was quick and painless, that someone came to help me. But in the end, my only escape is death. I died! Go down, swing it! Oh, it just took me back! Okay, it took me back to before I died. Try to escape is my only option. Oh, that's funny. That's real fun. I like that. That's hilarious. As the Soulless prowls closer, my eyes dart from side to side looking for an escape. The Soulless is blocking the obvious way out, but right behind me there's a rickety door that must lead to the adjoining building. If I can get inside, the Soulless's size will hinder any attempts to pursue me. Yeah, it's nice it went back to the last choice instead of me having to load. I whirl, grabbing at the handle. It turns completely. The hinge is creaking as I push, and I feel a flash of hope before a weight hits the door from the other side and slams it shut. The click of the lock turning is grimly final. In this wretch of a world, few people will stick their necks out to help their own flesh and blood, never mind a stranger. The Soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side, but the slick cobblestone betrays me. I fall, sprawling over the rough stone. As the Soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. Men! But the impact never comes. Where are they? Ah! There they are! I rarely crack one eye open, and then the other, not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched. There they are! Oh, they're so cute! Hi, Min. Moonlight silvers the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood, and the Soulless... My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. A Soulless's many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it's dead. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The hunter's gaze dips to my bandages, pale lips part on the brink of a question, then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me upright. I can feel the tension in their grip. Their fingers tremble like they want to pull away. It's a sensation I'm all too familiar with. Despite their obvious discomfort, they pause for a moment, pale eyes sweeping over me. Not going to fall? When I shake my head, they hastily let go and back off, wiping the blood from their face and hands. The hunter turns away from me, the heel of their boot hitting the Solus's gangly body. They lean over it, studying it intently. With their back to me, I realize that their hooded silhouette is familiar. I saw them outside the cenobium. Vestigal or functional? I'm startled out of my thoughts when they speak, but they aren't looking at me. Can't all be processed in the brain. Its occipital lobe would have been enormous. In fact, I don't think they're talking to me at all. Are they studying the Solus? It sounds like they're trying to figure out how the Solus was able to process input from so many eyes at once. I can't say I expected to be rescued by someone who seemed more passingly familiar with neurology. Ooh, suggest my own theory. I'm gonna save. I like that that's a different option. Interesting. I used to sit and talk with my teacher for hours. It's all too easy for me to slip back into that old habit. What if it has a distributed nervous system? They nod absently, still engrossed in their examination. Possible. Or maybe the sensory input from the additional eyes is rudimentary. Do you think they only track motion? They cut themselves off so sharply I can practically hear their brain catching up to their mouth. They whip around, wide eyes landing on me. Sorry, did I say something wrong? No, I just didn't expect... It's been a while since I've had someone answer, that's all. They clear their throat, straightening up. Most people would have run off by now. So, do you need something? It doesn't seem like they're interested in discussing that Solus's nervous system any further. Too bad. They almost seem approachable. I saw you at the cenobium earlier. Do students there usually go Solus hunting at night? Wouldn't know. I'm not a student. A teacher, then? They might have looked a bit young for that, but my own teacher used to tell me about how she became a cenobium lecturer as a teenager, so it's not impossible. Okay. Not as a creepy moment, so we're going to switch back to the softer music, maybe? Or maybe we'll just skip the intense music. Let's do this one. Here we go. Better. Yeah, so it's not impossible. No. Then what are you? Before I can finish my question, they interrupt me. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing hunting Lowtown. I can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me and now they scold me? Lesson learned. I could do without the lecture, though. To my surprise, they break eye contact. They frown, though their disapproval doesn't seem directed at me. If you're not going to run off screaming, you might as well wait until I'm done. Their attention glides back to the Solus's corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm T. Min. Suddenly, Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the base of the Solus's skull, right between the cervical vertebrae. The Solus thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Oh. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. Min struck the creature with surgical precision. Their quick, clean movements remind me of my dissection lessons. But I've never seen that kind of knowledge used to kill before. I don't know if I want to ask such probing questions. Because secrets and all that, without offering information in return, what Kuras told us before, so maybe just, why is a Solus inside the city? Min looks at me, eyes searching before realization dawns. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Solus can come and go as they please, until someone is contracted to stop them. The Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown. Not anymore. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium? Wouldn't go that far. Either way, it looks like I owe you. Min's brow abruptly furrows, and they sheath their knife, motioning for me to follow. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in this city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on that Solus, and you were in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. Their answer is stinkingly harsh. I just need to find my lodgings. I hold my hands up, trying to forestall any more snippy comments. Alright, I get it. I'd love to get out of your way, but I'm sort of lost. I just need directions back to my lodgings. Their brow furrows slightly. They open their mouth, and for a moment I could swear they look regretful. They sigh and shake their head. It's too dangerous at this hour. I'll take you to where you're staying. I wasn't expecting to get directions, given their attitude. When they realize I'm staring, they look away with a huff. It'll be faster, that's all. Oh, we've got a bit of a tsundere on our hands. I have a room at the Wet Wick. At the name, Min's face falls. That gaudy cesspit. Not a fan? It's full of drunks and idiots. What do you think? True, it doesn't seem like their kind of place. Well, that's where I'm staying. Are you taking back your offer? Min exhales sharply and shakes their head. This way. Min's route is completely different from my slow, early morning meandering. Their steps are swift and sure, even though all the streets blur together in the dark. You know the city pretty well. I grew up here. I think that's the first thing they told me voluntarily since we met. Was it always like this? Min's gaze wanders, dragging along the dingy buildings. I struggle to decipher their expression. Regret? No. Iridia was never perfect, but it used to be a place worth living in. I can't make heads or tails of Min's answer. Iridia is the last bastion of humanity in this wasteland. Where else is worth living? The Wet Wick's not much further now. In no time at all, the shadowy alleys of Lowtown give way to brightly lit avenues and crowds of lively people. Okay, now that we're out of the creepy stuff, we're gonna skip this song because this seems a bit too weird. Let me just... Okay. It's as if half the city is poured into the Amaryllis district's colorful streets. Laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet most of the noise comes from the Wet Wick. Its doors hang wide open, bright lanterns frame a tall and familiar figure. Oh, Kuras! Tea? And Min, I see. No. Hold on, I don't like this song. What about this? Nope. Hold on. It's gonna be a short one, but... Okay. It's hard to say which of us is more surprised. No, there's lyrics! I don't want lyrics! Go away! Let's just go back to the first one. Jeez. It's hard to say which of us is more surprised. You know each other? Min is a freelancer who has done a few errands for me. They're quite reliable. A freelancer who wields a dagger like a scalpel. There must be more to that story. It's too loud. Like that. Just background. Just background. Though I can't say I remember you ever escorting travelers. T nearly walked into the jaws of a soulless. I thought bringing them here would be less trouble. Ah, if you're staying here, I take it Leander was able to help you? As it happens, I was also headed in that direction. Shall we? Fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. Min drags their feet reluctantly, trailing me into the cavern. Tavern! God, I can't read! Ugh! As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hour since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Karas stands a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amid the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. As if on cue, the crowd parts. Karas glances over his shoulder at Min and me before gliding through. How can anyone breathe in here? Min follows at a clipped pace. Behind the bar, Leander holds a pair of shot glasses, brimming with luminous green liquid. And now, for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glass white with frost. You'll never guess what's in these. He slides the glasses across the counter, and I get my third and fourth shock of the evening in rapid succession. Ice leans against the bar, an elbow propped up on the counter. He catches the glass and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents magically congealed, stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Veer, perched on the counter beside Ice, looks at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket full of boogers? Leander's nose treasure. You've eaten worse. Veer's lips twitch and his ears flatten when offered a glass. Ice snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you're actually... In one fluid motion, Ice throws his head back and downs the shot. Drinking that. A dark look crosses Ice's face. It's chewy. Chewy? Wait, let me try again. What the fuck? Behind me, Min grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. If it isn't Kuras and Min. At the sound of Leander's voice, Min's pale eyes grow wide. They look ready to bolt until Kuras sets a hand on their shoulder. This will not take long, I promise. Min's eyes dart from Kuras's hand to his face and then softens. Fine, you first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met today know each other. Good evening, Leander. Ice. Another drinking competition, I presume. Is it evening already? Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. No need to be alarmed. Kuras acknowledges Leander and Ice with a slight nod, ignoring Veer entirely. Not that Veer seems to mind. He tilts his head, lips curving into an impish smile when he spots Min brooding behind Kuras. I almost didn't see you there, Min. Looking for your booster seat. Min pushes their hood back and levels Veer with a cool look. I thought pets weren't allowed in here. Veer's eyes narrow. At the first sign of an impending fight, Leander vaults over the counter. Let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day the esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arm snakes around Kuras's shoulders. You are finally taking me up on that drink, right, Kuras? I'm afraid not. We're merely escorting T back to their lodgings. Kuras gestures in my direction and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. Leander's face brightens as soon as he sees me. T! It's been too long. Everyone, this is T. They're new to Iridia. I feel 4 pairs of eyes fix on me, and suddenly the bar seems suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. Hi again. Again? You've met? Ice and Veer regard me with subtly amused expressions. We did, not that long ago either. To think we'd cross paths once again, it must be fate. I roll my eyes. Veer looks far too pleased with himself. This calls for drinks. I'm buying. All eyes turn to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. And I'm just gonna take another quick little screenshot of this page because it's still my favorite. Yeah. I still can't believe they all know each other. Oh, I'm kind of blocking.
Sorry, Min, I'm blocking you because you're so small and cute.
I still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk among themselves is surreal. But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Iridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I know I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. I've got to admit, I'm surprised. You make friends fast, T. I wouldn't go that far. We're more like acquaintances. A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends you haven't shared a drink with yet. A wise man? You said that here last week. Min's lips curl with distaste, but Leander continues unperturbed. Let's toast to T's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Karas politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. Are you? No. A resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn to find the bartender pouring champagne from an old bottle, its label worn blank. He hands the drink to Veer. When did they start serving champagne here? Veer pauses to lick the foam from his fingers with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In a blink, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. No, be my guest. While chuckling, Leander shoots the bartender a questioning look. Completely disinterested in his company, Ice cants his head at me with a light smile. How about you, little sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink. No. My treat. Ice regards Leander over the rim of his glass in the dim light. The glint in his eyes looks downright dangerous. What'll it be, T? So long as it's not that pickle drink like last time. I'm gonna save. I'll take a drink. I'll take you up on that drink. Yeah, so long as it's not one of those green snot shots. Don't knock them till you tried them. They taste better than they look. Somehow I doubt that, but I hold my tongue. Min and Karas drift towards one end of the bar. Both seem eager to leave at a moment's notice, and neither has ordered anything. Ice and Veer linger. Several glasses stand empty between them, and the two show no signs of slowing down. Okay, I'm gonna save this on a new page. I kind of want to explore everything, so stay with Ice and Veer for this one. Ice's eyes meet mine in a flash of red. He gives a smile that's too wide to be reassuring. Don't worry, Leander's more likely to slip poison into my drink than yours. Excuse me? He considers his cup a tumbler of amber-colored whiskey. Leander's tried to kill me 12 times by now. It's always a gamble. Veer looks my way with a half-lidded gaze softened by his third glass of champagne. If I were you, I wouldn't let Leander put anything in my mouth. He grins, revealing the sharp white tip of his fangs. The Wet Wick is one of Iridia's finest drinking establishments. Allow us to treat you to the best the city has to offer. May I interest you in the signature watered-down drink, or perhaps some stale nut leather? He gestures at a chipped ceramic bowl filled with spindly speckled jerky that I can only assume is nut leather. What is with the food in this city? If this place is as foul as you say, how come it's completely packed? It's not all that bad. Depending on the day, the food's edible. Ice takes a measured sip of his drink. Gotta stick around for the real attractions, though. Before I can respond, Leander returns with a tumbler and sets it in front of me. A strip of orange peel bobs in a pool of thin red alcohol. I sniff the drink. To my relief, all I smell is the sweet scent of pomegranates with an undercurrent of fermented fruit. Relax, it's just the local specialty, pomegranate wine. Although, if you're feeling more adventurous... I shake my head. Leander raps his knuckles against the bar until the group falls silent. All right, everyone, let's toast. May tea's stay in Iridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. Cheers. Leander, Ice, and Ver raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms, and Karas watches with polite indifference. I tip my drink back, and the wine is eye-wateringly strong. Despite a sharp, bitter edge, it goes down smoothly. One sip softens the edge of my vision. The next fades the din of the crowded bar to a low, persistent murmur. I find myself unwinding for what feels like the first time in years. Aren't you the popular one, T? You must have met Karas first. It would be more accurate to say that I found them. He saved my life. I merely performed my duty as a doctor. Although, I'll admit I was confused when I woke up naked. Leander makes a choked noise somewhere behind him. Min sighs. It's not what you think. T was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Karas's disappointment, and catch Veer snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Karas isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. You were simply there. That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, but they duck under his arm with practiced ease, like a cat. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn them to stay off the streets at night. What? Of course I warned them, I think. Min's only response is a short breath. At any rate, I never got a chance to thank you, Min. Don't. The less Solus alive, the better. Min's eyes flick toward Ice, and their lips twist. Ice is too busy nodding along to Veer's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice. I've had enough of this hellhole. Let's go. Min and Karas share a brief look. Then the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there's something that I must discuss with Leander, if you'll excuse us, T. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to savor my drink in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice so soft and low it's practically a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn to find two pairs of slit eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that Ice and Veer chose to pounce the instant the others left. Of course I'd be stuck with the two most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'll do if either of them push me again. Don't tell me. Leander already snuck out back to get his knob slobbered. God, you guys. He's got business with Karas and Min. 2-on-1 business, huh? Lucky. I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Veer has grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his hand. His tail sways lazily. Why are you so far away? Come join us. He pats the empty bar stool beside Ice, but I hesitate. The smile Veer wears is sweet and distinctly sly, and with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ice will mess with me next. We don't bite. I'm not so sure about that. He already tried to rob me, and you threatened me. Me? Steal? You must be mistaken. You sure it was me? Yes, it was you. And you had the gall to kick me out so you could go drinking. Ice gives another one of his shrugs. Had to give you a reason to come looking. Miss me already. I stare at him flatly, impressed by his deflection. Veer suddenly leans towards me, gossamer sleeves pooling where he rests his elbows on his knees. Ice sets his hand on Veer's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. I'm afraid we got off on the wrong foot. How about we start fresh? Begin with proper introductions and whatnot. I'll start. The name's Veer. I'm a soulless hunter of no small renown. Veer's hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls over his eyes. Ice doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn now. It's tea. Veer considers me for a long moment, his tail idly swaying behind him, then knocks back the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, T. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring the one and only syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Ice smirks at my reaction. Is something funny? No. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. While their sharp cat-like eyes keep me on edge... One second. Okay, they're good. While their sharp cat-like eyes keep me on edge, something about this tension is fun. It must be the wine. A flash of white over Ice's shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Kuras heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Min, but it feels wrong to let the doctor leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Veer grins and waves at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but just as I'm nearing Kuras... Oh? I stagger, shoulder checked by a man with a neck twice as wide as his head. He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shitstain. My words spill out on their own. Watch it! I regret them as soon as they leave my mouth. That fucking wine. The lowlife wheels around, shoving an adder out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. Okay. I'm fine, but my heart leaps into my throat when I see him bearing down on me. You trying to start something here? The lowlife freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of adders circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizingly long time, the lowlife looks from me to the adders. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me, the wad narrowly missing my cheek. Gross! Screw it. Too many freaks in the circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Ice. He gives the lowlife a dangerous smile. You'll do. What happens next is a blur. Ice's fist crashes into the man's jaw, causing a frenzy of gasps, shouts, and even cheers. I scramble to my feet as the frantic crowd swarms around me. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, "Take it outside, Ice!" Everyone, drinks are on me! With that, the wick erupts into hoots and cheers. The ring around me disappears as adders and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch a glimpse of familiar faces. Ice vanishes out the back, dragging the lowlife behind him. Kuras lingers near the door, searching, I suspect, for any wounded before he departs. Min draws their hood up tight as they duck out a side door, while Veer leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. Jellybear! Yes, it is a new chat overlay. Thank you for noticing. Well, welcome in, Jellybear. How's goes? And Leander, seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. In a heartbeat, I realize that there's no telling when or if I'll see any of them ever again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I follow. We're gonna save here because we're gonna go back and do every single one of them. Just got out of VC with the people I'm making a visual novel with. Ooh! I hope it was a productive chat. I hope you guys had fun and got lots done. Let's just go down the list. Let's go to Ice first and then we'll backtrack. Because we're almost, I think, at the end of the demo, I think. Morbid curiosity draws me after Ice. I slink out the back of the wet wick. And he's murdering the guy? Is that what's happening? Wouldn't say we got lots done. They were making fanfics of their own characters, but it was fun. That's awesome. Love it. The alley's dead silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, and then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red coats the ground, spidering down shallow ridges in the cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. Once so violent, the lowlife is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh, blotted with mud. Oh. Ice exhales, his breath misting against the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless man. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago he was joking and friendly with the others, but now... Ice's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow? I warily rise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. Ice steps off the man. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime and completely still. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? I don't think he's a liar. Killer? Must be scared. You won't hurt me. It comes out less confident than I'd like. His eyes flick down to my body and then up again. Not like him, at least. It took me a second. Ice tries to rub his reddened knuckles clean, but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. Didn't know you cared about my opinion. Just prefer you didn't piss yourself when we talk. Annoyance bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ice chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. He kneels beside the lowlife and frisks him. Can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ice's hands search through the man's pockets. Doesn't take him long to find his prize, a cigarette and a matchbox. He strikes the match and sparks illuminate his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddy body. You're just gonna leave him there? Ice draws a deep breath from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in a sweet, spiced scent. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with cool, lidded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on the crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out here in the first place. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Iridia. Was Princess good company? Oh, they even did like the red on his knuckles. That's cute. Who? He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette in a flash of red. The Solus who escorted you back. You named it Princess? Jealous. I return his smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. Not sure where Ice got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kinda nice. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly changed the subject. I changed the subject back to the soulless. She was cute. She was kind of cute in a weird way. I glanced absent-mindedly at my hand, remembering how she nuzzled my palm. Ice's eyes softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now, wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks? Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right rewards. Sounds about right. The idea of a tamed soulless is still so outlandish to me. I was attacked by mindless, bloodthirsty beasts, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible because of the sea spring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. Ice doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts his head back against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up, as long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across from us. I glance over at Ice and let my eyes linger. A sea glass-colored tattoo spirals up his arm, painting over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight, drawing my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, curved jaw. His ears, his horns, his pupils, everything about Ice is sharp, even the fangs that only show when he grins. But as dangerous as he appears, I can't help wanting to know more. I wonder how recently he crossed over to this world and why. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long, good look. Are you impressed or do I need work? My face grows hot. I've seen worse. You're annoying. I've seen worse. In the mirror every morning. I guess I've seen worse. He responds with a low chuckle, draped in smoke. Keep staring then. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a new topic. I have questions about the sea spring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant, and he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. Thought I made myself clear about what you'd be giving up. Yeah, before you kicked me out to go drinking, I still need to know more. My turn for a question. It sounds more like an order. I bristle under his narrowed gaze. Fine. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his nose. Your curse. What about it? This song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one has ever asked me that before. You've survived this long. Unless you're running out of time, I'd wondered if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and props his head on blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily, I'd be annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. He laughs under his breath. Only when I like the buyer. We lapse into silence again. This time it's surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a balm on my nerves. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. Ice raises a brow at me. I start by asking about... Ver. I was surprised to see that you and Ver are so close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole? And water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. So, what do you like about him? Ice lets out a quiet laugh. Lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole? Temperament matches the drapes. Looks good in blood and better in tears. Favorite things, the tail. Sometimes it frizzes up if you... He catches himself clearing his throat. Clears his throat. It's hard not to let the disappointment show in my expression. Veer is one of the most honest people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. Well, that was confusing. Karas. I didn't know that you and Karas were friends. In a way. I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people closer than arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Get the sense Karas was like that in the past. Must have been burned. He trails off, then shrugs. He opens up in his own ways if relaxed enough. I can't even imagine that. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. I can't decide what's more intriguing, the fact that Karas has an endearing side, or that Ice managed to coax him out of it. Or coax it out of him. Other way around. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets. I'd kill to know more. Okay. Min! Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. Ice's exasperated reaction takes me off guard. He growls, pinches the bridge of his nose. I make enemies as easily as I breathe, Sparrow. Doesn't bother me. But that dove's got it out for me for no reason. Maybe they're just unsettled by the sea spring? It's not about that. It goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. Could be the same for them. At least you're capable of a conversation. Do me a favor and teach the dove some manners. Though, thought they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. I briefly considered the possibility that Min wants to get bitten, but I'm not about to propose that. Leander! You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Doesn't everyone? He helped me a lot since I arrived in Iridia. He even got me a free room at the Wet Wick. His charm has gotten him far, but for a leader, he sure likes it when others take charge. Part of me desperately wants to ask him what that means, but Ice continues before I get the chance. Yeah, there's a lot of talk of biting. Yeah, there really is. Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats, not drinking buddies. His smile is easy, but there's a dangerous edge to it. Leander's done a good job, for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve will be tested. Same could be said for anyone, in this plane or the next. As for my resolve, stick around in Iridia long enough and you'll find out. I nod slowly. I can't decide if that's a promise or a threat. Got any more observations, Sparrow? My main point, speaking from experience, is that being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I level him with a tired look. Fine. I'll confess, I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Osidus? Osudius? Okay. My skin prickles at the name, hair standing on end. Who's that? A friend that lives in my head. It lives in your head. Ice taps his temple with a finger. Right here. Scared you off yet? That'd be the third bad impression I made on you today. I'm stunned for a long moment, processing what he's just told me. Ugh. Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're serious. Ice grins wide enough to flash his fangs. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd, especially on top of everything I've gone through in the past 2 days. It feels like I'm living a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count. I've encountered tame soulless and a horrifying group mind. Now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ice's head. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ice waits patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. You just made it sound so normal. The tension that wound my shoulders so tightly has melted away. For the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I'm bracing to break. I feel like I can breathe. Dukas, where in the rat's ass are you? I don't know who you're talking about, but I don't think they can fit in a rat's ass. A shout cracks the spell. Rancorous, scruff shouts echo down the streets, followed by the thunder of heavy boots sloshing through mud. The voices share the lowlife's accent, the same lowlife who's still maybe dead, lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. I jump to my feet as their voices get louder. They're closing in quick. Ice pulls me by the wrist out of the alley, away from the beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between buildings, veiled in the shade of tattered canopies. It's a tight fit. Ice boxes me in against the wall. He towers over me, body all but pressed against mine. I'm sorry, is this a Comic-Con? For the second time today, the heady scent of smoke envelops me, now cut with a metallic tinge of someone else's blood. Ice pitches his voice low. Quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off of Ice, the feeling of his legs grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I squirm against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do we really have to... His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. Damn, he's over here. Dukas, wake up, you bastard! A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They wear violet sashes. Some kind of uniform? I wish I could see what they're doing, but Ice's arm blocks my sight. My eyes trail up the teal markings that coil around his arm, his bicep. They lead up to his collarbone, past the cords hanging around his neck, and to the smuggest smirk I've ever seen. Fucking... I'm just gonna enjoy the view. I'm gonna enjoy the view. Fuck it. Enjoy the view. YOLO. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of options. My eyes dart away from his face, following the lines of his neckline down to his chest. The way the pendant hangs above his abdomen, just before the skin gets swallowed by darkness. A thrill jolts through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting so worked up in this situation? The voices in the alley grab Ice's attention this time. Shit, he's got more broken ribs than whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Fan out. Find the ones responsible. You three, take Dukas back to base. At least he's still breathing. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from us. We stay still until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the quarter. Only then does Ice take his hand off my mouth. Are they getting worked up? They say, yeah, I can think of a very good reason why we're getting worked up. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. Dazed, I feel the need to keep my eyes off Ice at all costs. Was that really necessary? Staying hidden was the best option. Would be a hassle to run into them with you there. What, because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day? The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow. Let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. We reach the front of the wet wick too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ice yet. And not just because he never answered my questions. He's infuriating. As much as he makes me feel on edge, he can also make me feel safe, secure somehow. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. Cute. It takes me a moment to process that, and my eyes flutter down to my feet. I'll keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ice is already down the street, disappearing into the throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. Is that the end of the demo? Oh! Why is Veer lit up so bright? Hold up. I don't remember this. It could be that Veer's just lit up as like a bug. Oh. Okay, well, let's pick him since we did that for him. Oh, hello! Hi, princess! Welcome in! We're gonna go back and do all of the little moments with these guys. So, since we picked Ice for the first, like, after bar scene, I want to see what this is first. And then we'll go back. Horny men stream? Sexy horny men stream. Just, yeah. I think when the full game comes out, I'm gonna have a redeem for you guys points wise. It'll be very cheap, but it's gonna be a spray bottle, so we could. Yes, it's so good though, right? An intimidating yet laid-back outsider, Ice presides over a sea spring with unnerving powers. He offers you a miracle, but the price means submitting yourself to the horrifying presence at the heart of the spring. Will you gaze into the abyss for answers, even at the risk of losing yourself? What happens? Oh, yeah, thank you for playing. Okay, so it doesn't give you anything after that, but we will continue. Here we go. Okay, so we already followed Ice.
Come to daddy.
Exactly! Let me check to make sure the music's still playing. Yes, it paused again. I knew it. Okay. This time we're gonna go talk to Karas. I still don't know if I'm even saying his name right, but whatever. Hot on Karas's heels, I squeeze out of the bar. Of everyone I've met, he seems the most likely to help me, and the least likely to murder me on a whim. Looks could be deceiving. He might be the worst of everyone. Who knows? This morning he said I could go to the clinic whenever I needed help. Time to see if he's a man of his word. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm free of the crowded bar. Hearing me, Karas turns my way. T? I take it the Amaryllis district is not to your liking. Sometimes the mage who raised me made bizarre comments about the Amaryllis district, and now I think I finally understand what she meant. It's a bit overwhelming, but that's not why I stepped out. You do not require treatment after the fall, do you? I scowl up at him, and he holds out his hands in a mollifying gesture. I apologize, T. Please, continue. There you are. Oh, is it Min? Hold on. Someone cuts across me towards Karas, stopping us both in the middle of the street. Even in the dim pink haze that blankets everything, there's no mistaking her pressed white uniform. Oh. She's from the Cenobium, though the flourishes on her clothing look a bit different from the others I've seen. I swiftly step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Nervous onlookers sidestep Karas and the cleric. They form an island of white in a sea of people teeming with color. Is this a bad time? Persistence is not always a virtue. That's what you said last time. Then take this and be gone. Karas reaches into his coat and procures 3 tiny glass vials, bound together with a thick leather cord. A silvery powder shimmers inside. He gently flicks the vials, watching the contents swirl and extend them to the cleric. This is it? She looks extremely unimpressed. Looks can be deceiving. He throws me a glance and a swift smile, but I'm too surprised to respond. Karas was the first to warn me about the Cenobium. No one had anything good to say about it. And yet here he is openly dealing with a Cenobium cleric in the Amaryllis district? I glance at Karas and then the cleric, who seems to notice me for the first time. A new patient of yours. Her eyes linger on me for a long, tense moment, but Karas steps between us. She sighs and disappears into the seething crowd. T, is something amiss? What was that about? Yeah, what was that all about? Lower your voice. It is of little consequence. That's all you have to say? After the earful you gave me about the Cenobium, you... Be calm. He holds one finger to his lips, which suddenly curl into a cat-like smile. For now, please join me on a short stroll. Kiras's golden eyes twinkle in the low light. He beckons me away from the main thoroughfare and down the side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. What? Wait! Powerfully curious despite myself, I hurry after Kiras. Each of his long, graceful strides I can't fucking talk. It's been so long since I've read visual novels out loud. Blah. Blah, blah. Okay. Each of his long, graceful strides easily doubles mine. I catch a glimpse of his gleaming white coat as it disappears around the corner of the street. The moment I catch up, the enticing scents of freshly baked goods flood my nose. My stomach rumbles loudly. 1 honey pistachio cookie, please. Oh, that sounds so yummy. Coming right up. Without breaking his swift pace, Kiras plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. The heavenly smell makes my stomach rumble again. I take a bite without hesitation. That's delicious. Kiras watches me with an indulgent smile, and I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? Do not concern yourself with me. He stops mid-sentence, his eyes darting back the way we came. The hairs stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping I don't look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now looking very irritated. Uh-oh. Well, this disappointment can be a learning experience. Glimmers of realization dawn on me as I stare up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a potent alchemical catalyst, or some stale fish skin. The two do resemble one another. It can be quite difficult to tell them apart. Is he serious? I chance another glance at the cleric, who's now trying to elbow her way between the food stalls. A few people move aside, but most don't even notice her efforts. The street is too packed with hungry patrons. Shall we? Without waiting for my response, Kiras glides swiftly into the crowd once more. Where is the music? There we go. You're messing with her? Hold up. You're messing with her? You're messing with a Cenobium cleric? I am astounded you would even suggest it. Kiras! I must look incredulous because his smile softens. He lifts his hand as if to pat my shoulder and then stops himself. You have nothing to fear from her. He ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway that opens into a small covered market. The stalls here are packed with more spices than I knew existed. Taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Kiras slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the insistent hawker's wares. Wait. He looks up from a display of livid red leaves, each as long as my forearm. You said I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Iridia seems wary of the Cenobium. People fear the obvious trappings of power, wealth, force, or ostentatious tower. An ostentatious tower. For my part, I find such trappings disappointing. The Cenobium once had great potential. They squandered it decades ago in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasures, and petty tyranny. Their narrow, prosaic interests have rendered them blind to all else that moves. I think that's the most I've ever heard Kiras say on any topic. You sound like you know them well. Kiras lets out a long, low sigh. You miss little, T. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I am more familiar with the Cenobium's crude methods than I would like to be. Now I'm getting somewhere. Something beyond vague warnings or swift deflections. I decide to press the point while I have the chance. Familiar how? Kiras stops in front of pickled fruits display, and I nearly run into his back. He steps aside at the last moment and rests his arm gently but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he's careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuer refuses to take no for an answer. Again, I thought we'd lost her in the crowd. I crane my neck to look for the cleric, but Karas shakes his head. This way.
Ad starting in 20 seconds, snackies.
The next street over is home to high-end brothels with steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet trysts or losing a persistent tale. Pink curtains and painted facades sprawl about me like a giant, colorful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I'm completely turned around. Kiros, however, seems to be following some map in his mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the occasional nudge. The passages between teetering buildings are so narrow that we have to slink through single file. Just a little further. His effortless grace is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have to avoid tripping over the loose tiles, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubbish. Meanwhile, Karas's long legs seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still pristine despite the soot-stained walls around us. How the hell does he do it? Some sort of enchantment woven into his jacket? A glamour spell? I'm still trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm the alley has become. The tiny gap between Karas and me radiates heat, like a brilliant midday sun at the peak of summer. Stay close. I don't want to lose him. I definitely don't want to get lost here, as I stay as close to Karas as I can without actually touching him. I promise I will not lose you. Was it that obvious? Our eyes meet, and despite my best efforts, I find it hard to hold his gaze. I've never seen eyes like his. Despite our dark and dingy surroundings, it's like Karas radiates his own warm light whenever he looks at me. Thank you for indulging me, T. I believe we have lost our tale. Ooh, a waterfront view. That's so cute. We emerge on the opposite side of the Amaryllis district. Warm light dances across the river from all directions. I approach the edge of the water, transfixed. It's incredible. Iridia holds beauty and horror in equal measure. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? Relief escapes me in a tired laugh. After narrowly escaping death, playing keep away from a Cenobium cleric almost seems normal. It was a nice change of pace. He laughs too, a soft and pleasant chuckle completely at odds with his usual cool demeanor. Are you sure we've lost her? She will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds confident enough. I was starting to wonder if we'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch her. A flicker of lamplight falls across the shore, softening his features. I should escort you back to your lodgings. It would be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? Are you staying at the Wetwick? Of course not. Then you're going back to your clinic alone? You just said it was a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, then his expression relaxes into a gentle smile. Fear not, T. Only the most desperate or foolish would dare lay a hand on me. It sounds insane after 2 near-death soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. A few townsfolk huddle beneath street lamps and doorways, desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Karas, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than ever. He strolls along the riverbank as if it were broad daylight. Even walking beside him makes me feel more secure, warmer inside and out. I seize that faint spark of hope and muster my courage. Did you mean it this morning when you said I could come back to you for help? Every word. His mirth vanishes, replaced by calm focus. I don't know what to say to that. I half expected his offer to be a courtesy, an easy way to get me out the door. The fact that he meant it... Why do you ask? His eyes flicker briefly to my arm, the one that he miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine him counting the neat stitches. I want to be sure I'm still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's trouble. I see. Iridia does tend to attract extreme individuals. Including you? T. I refuse to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear one. If he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me about someone else. I decided to ask about... Alright, let's hear his opinions on everyone. Leander. Why did you send me to Leander for help? Few know Iridia better than Leander. The company he keeps can be questionable, but I had confidence in him. Yeah, his adders were rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like him. Survivors of Lowtown's harsh realities. You must have noticed how they flock to him. I nod. Leander seems to know every single person in the Wet Wick. And that's a good thing? Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that counts for something. Veer. How do you know Veer? Oh, he does not like that. Kiras visibly stiffens, and I remember the venom in Veer's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is mutual. Regrettably, Veer is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You are fortunate that he did nothing else. I don't like the combination of that song. Jeez. Alright, we're going back up to the top. Excuse me. I know they're short songs, but they're better than nothing. He's far deadlier than he seems. There's a reason for the collar and chain. Veer seems suspicious to me. I hesitate, waiting for Kiras to elaborate, but he seems to find even the thought of Veer distasteful. Okay. Ice. Have you ever been out to see Ice at the sea spring? Once. Only once? Seems like a spring with miraculous powers would interest a doctor. Can I poke this vet? Right? He's so pretty. This is Kiras. He's a doctor. He reattached our severed arm, but won't tell us how he made it function again. I don't know. A long silence follows, so long that I'm not sure Kiras heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ice is the rare newcomer who has immediately proven himself worthy of respect. The sea spring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. Hello, doctor. I think I'm coming down with a fever. Maybe you could get me in bed. Right? It's like, oh no, doctor, I'm feeling faint. Oh my. You could say that about anything around here. A fair point. Nonetheless, I have seen many purported wonders, and the sea spring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means. Touchstarved is going well. We're almost at the end. We're currently just reading all the different routes for picking the different romanceable options at the end of the demo. And then after that, I don't know. I didn't plan for anything beyond this game today. So maybe we'll find something else to play. Min! Sounds like you and Min know each other quite well. Kiras heaves a long, suffering sigh. I know them better than most, but not as well as I would like. Like you, Min is a recent arrival. Their time here has been particularly difficult. As much as I would like to help... He trails off, but I know exactly what he's thinking about. Min doesn't seem like the sort to accept help. Do they always pick fights with adversaries twice their size? I have implored them not to. They rarely listen. With my curiosity sated for now, I fall silent. I wish Kiras had given me a little more to go on, but he's almost as tight-lipped about others as he is about himself. When we've circled back to the Wet Wick, the Amaryllis district seems even more rancorous than before. Drunken patrons overflow into wine-scented streets. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest the stiffest drink at the bar. Alternatively, a ball of wax. Very funny. Even with how tired I am, I'm not sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodnight when someone staggers out of the wick and collides into me. Oh. I stumble back, heels teetering on the edge of the filthy gutter. Tea? The next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch me around the waist. I find myself staring up at Kuras, pressed against his chest. His grip loosens, but he doesn't quite let me go. Something shifts in his gaze. His eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot all over at his intense scrutiny. What does he see in me? What is he looking for? Kuras? My apologies. Even after moving away, Kuras's warmth permeates my clothes. I quickly tug my cloak straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Good night. Thanks for everything today. You are most welcome. He turns and slips into the crowd, though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease. A chilly gust howls down the street. When did it get so cold? What does it say about him now? The Repentant Angel. From all appearances, Kuras is a principal doctor of extraordinary skill, but you know little about the man beneath the professional mask, and Kuras keeps even his friends at a cool distance. If you uncover his deepest secrets, will you like what you find? Thank you for playing the demo! Alright, we've knocked out Ice and Kuras. It's time for Min. Take a little sip. I can't let Min slip away so easily. They might be the most standoffish person I've met so far, but they're the only one who seems somewhat neutral on the Cenobium. My gut tells me they know more about the tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out of the bar, Min's already halfway down the street. Drawing my cloak close to ward off the chill, I hurry after them. But at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of, Carasurs? I don't know. I don't know that word. Whatever. Actually, let me look it up. How do you say this word? Carousers? Carousers. Where's the pronunciation thing, Googs? Pronunciation. Well, fine. I'm just gonna say carousers because it doesn't fucking give me the fucking button to click to know how to say it. So rude. Did with the last word. Fucking trying to learn something new and Google said no. He's so brooding, twirls hair. They're so brooding. Sorry, they're little babies, but yeah, they are the brooding character. They are the brooding tsundere little piece of shit, and we love them. While Min slips through the crowd with surprising agility, I struggle to keep pace. The edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to catch up, I take the same turn into a dim side street. They're probably expecting us because they fucking could tell someone was following them. But Min is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jump out of my skin, whirling to find Min behind me. They don't even look ruffled. They fold their arms pointedly, staring me down. I thought nearly getting eaten would have taught you that being out alone at night is dangerous. Boop, we're gonna do that. What about you? You're out alone at night. Unlike you, I can take care of myself. What do you do if I say the other one? It's a good thing I'm not alone then, isn't it? Aha, I like that better. Min looks at me in blank confusion for a moment before realization dawns. Are you always so persistent? Oh, look at the cute little blush! I'm gonna eat them up. I don't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning. I have no idea how to tell which way they'll swing. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when the pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kind of have to be. That's how I stay alive. Min recovers their composure quickly, mouth shifting into a frown. They glance away, eyes scanning the street. Their gaze lingers on a particular building, another tavern, before they look back at me. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in this city is trustworthy. Not even you? Especially not me. I've met clams that open up more willingly than men, but even if they don't talk about themselves much, they must have opinions on Cuirass? You and Cross seem to get along, though. The tense lines of Min's face softened. He's an exception. Few people are willing to help others, fewer still when there's any risk involved. And of them, Cuirass is unique. I have a feeling that Min doesn't smile often, but the curve of their lips, however, is unmistakable. They catch themselves, eyes glazing over with a feigned indifference. He's not the worst, a decent doctor, even if he asks too many questions. But nothing in Iridia is free. Unique is one way to describe Cuirass's work. Unconsciously, I grip my stitched arm where the solace severed it. Min glances at me almost knowingly. The only one of his kind, not replaceable by anyone else. It's a fitting word. I wonder what injuries Cuirass has healed for Min, and whether they know how he does it. But if they did, I doubt they'd tell me. What about Veer? How did you meet Veer? Min's face scrunches like they've just bitten into a rotten lemon. That perverse fleabag jumped me during Fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter where he belongs. My heart thuds hard in my chest. Their voices icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I'll have to keep trying. I remember how they dispatched that Solus earlier. Understanding anatomy is one thing, but that precise clinical strike spoke of experience. I wonder how many times they've killed to get so good at it. I take it your opinion hasn't changed? He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out of his mouth is either crass innuendo or a conceited put-down, and whatever he's done is bad enough that the Cenobium has him on a leash. Can we go to the next song? Because I very loudly hear Jurassic Park in the background. Oh, okay, there we go. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one who needs a muzzle before he's taken out for a walk. Belatedly, I close my mouth. What about Leander? Leander seems fond of you. He's an idiot, an obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. Their words are harsh, but at complete odds with the flesh creeping across their flushed face. Is that all? Min huffs. It seems to physically pain them to speak again. He does acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most, and the Adderstone look after Lowtown. If he was capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. Their tone grows almost fond, but their brows draw together as they glare at me. But I'm not one of his adders. If he told you otherwise, he's talking out of his ass, as usual. He has work to offer, and sometimes I take it, that's all. Somehow I doubt that, but Min seems disinclined to say more. What about ice? You don't seem to like ice. I don't like anyone, but especially not that bloodthirsty gangster. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. That sea spring he runs with all those smiling red-eyed people, I suppose his one saving grace is that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. It makes me sick. Their voice echoes down the empty street, startling me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Min fixes me with a flat gaze, their pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ice's reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. That may simply be their nature, but I don't have to like it. And I'm not going to risk my life in the hopes that any one of them is any different. A lot of humans fear or hate monsters, but there's something different about how Min talks about them. It's something personal. It sounds personal. Do you have a tragic backstory that a monster came and murdered all your family? If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else. Doors bang open at the end of the street. Light and laughter pour out of the tavern, followed by a group of giggling people in white uniforms. It better be personal, you tragic wet rag, meow meow. Cenobian students having a night out on the town. Min hesitates for only a moment before they start down the street after the students. Oh? When I follow close on their heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you still following me? When I ask them about Veer, I notice something odd, besides their vehement dislike of them. While Min didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the Cenobium, they were the first to speak of it with anything besides open animosity. Ahead of us, the students pile into another bar. Min ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in this city is trustworthy, what about the Cenobium? The line of their narrow shoulders abruptly tenses. They lift their chin, giving me a wary look. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Kiraz must have warned you about the nature of Iridia's currency. Right. Information and secrets. I fidget, uncertain. I don't trust Min's merciful, mercurial moods, and clearly there are things they aren't saying. Their eyes dip towards my hands, passing over the bandages like a razor, that steady gaze full of keen-edged possibility. I shiver, hastily shoving my hands into my pockets. They frown, but their eyes drift away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust, but some of the warm lights diffuse out into the alley. The Cenobium is a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the Cenobium might have the solution. Or at least that's how it was once upon a time. These days, its doors are closed to outsiders. That's about what I expected after being shooed off earlier. Just as I start to relax, they speak again. Whatever you're looking for there, the cost may be higher than you're willing to pay. The sheer hypocrisy of their words ticks me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the same exact thing as me? What questions are you asking that only the Cenobium can answer? That's personal. So there is something Min's looking for at the Cenobium. I suppose that makes two of us. If they're following groups of Cenobian students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the Cenobium, but you don't. They flinch, spurred by curiosity and lingering annoyance. I press forward. You must know something about them, something you haven't told Leander or Kiraz. But they're not letting you in, which means you're one of the outsiders. Whoa. In the space between one breath and the next, Min closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt and they slam me against the wall with shocking strength. The force of the movement knocks their hood back, messy hair fluttering around their face. I'm standing on tiptoe. Min's lifted me nearly clear off the ground with a single hand. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine, but before I can begin to wonder what it's about, Min snarls in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauties. No, Realix, you listen. I think you and me, same brain cell. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauty spot at the corner of their lips. I can't stop staring at it. The mark's incongruously delicate compared to their fiery gaze, their steel-boned grip, but then so is the rest of them. You don't know what you're talking about either. Neither do you. We're practically strangers, so why are you acting like you know anything about me? Your line of questioning isn't exactly subtle, and it's not hard to guess this has something to do with your hands. You think you can use me to get into the Cenobium? Don't be naive. I don't get angry easily. I can't afford to when a moment of carelessness could be fatal, but when Min mentions my hands, my temper flares hot. Who says I'm the one who needs you? Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck, and it's your own fault. I brace myself, expecting Min to snap at me again. Instead, their eyes drop, their brow furrows in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. Their voice trembles almost imperceptibly when they speak. I know. This city only cares about what you can give or what it can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere. My heart thuds in my chest for an entirely different reason now. They seem suddenly very small. Alone, like me. Min. Min jerks backward, releasing me so abruptly that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realized how close they were. Maybe they said too much. I think with Min, the trick with them is you need to be like very blunt with them, because otherwise, like, they're that character type. You have to be very forward with them. Determined not to let this go, I press forward. Min takes another step back, but this time they're the one with their back against the wall. Look, we both want something from the Cenobium, right? But neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. Makes sense. Seems like a very straightforward kind of guy. Yeah, they're very tsundere in personality, but they seem very defensive, so you gotta be really upfront with them. Neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Min sighs. They sound annoyed, but any real hostility seems to have gone out of them. You've made it this far already, I'll grant you that. But if you're looking for help, you should look elsewhere. If you stay too close to me, you'll get hurt. Before I can think of what to say, the tavern doors bang open again. The Cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. Their ranks seem to have swelled with other barflies. The group floods back into town toward that great tower rising moonward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Min draws their hood up and slips away from me. I catch Min's eyes for just a moment, and then they're gone, vanishing into the crowd. Alright. Yes, look at them! The Cursed Outsider. Despite their cold nature and familiarity with violence, Min is just as desperate as you to get into the Cenobium. You may be able to help each other, but they're keeping as many secrets as you. They claim they're dangerous, but could they be your only chance to get into the Cenobium? Strawberry jam. That's a lot of, yeah, it's strawberry jam. They had a fight with a scone. Okay. Veer's turn. Preparing myself mentally. I think Veer's gonna drive me up the fucking wall. Okay. Of all the people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Veer knows more than he's letting on. I'm certain of it. Still, lingering doubt looms heavy over my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Returning to the bar is slow work with the heavy crowd vying for drinks. When I find Veer, he's leaning against the counter, elbows propped on the edge and a wine glass raised to his lips. I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I see thrown his way, I'm not the only one. Yet there's a clear ring around Veer no one seems bold enough to cross. I didn't think you planned on sticking around. One ear perks up at the sound of my approach. A free drink is a free drink, even if it tastes like stale rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming in this shithole? Veer takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his tail thrashes below the bar. Yes, actual meow meow. Well, he's a fox, but yeah, meow meow. Oh, here.
No,
You've caught me red-handed. He peers at me over the rim of his glass. In the low light, his eyes glitter, jewel bright with amusement. However will you punish me? I figured my company's punishment enough for you. Veer's lips twitch, and he smiles despite himself. I saw your little run-in with the gibbering imbecile. Quite the show. A muscle in my jaw flexes. Did you enjoy watching? I much prefer to be an active participant, but Ice intervened before I could. I can't tell if he's disappointed because he didn't get to save me, or simply because he missed out on a fight. I'm gonna sit here and make that mouth popping sound until you give me what I want. We just sit next to him and just... until he forcibly grabs my jaw and tells me to shut the fuck up. Next time I get jumped, I'll be sure it happens near you. Veer laughs softly under his breath. He rests his glass.
Drink some water, or I'll fucking end you.
Are you saying I'm thirsty? Oh god! Oh, the pickles! Oh, pickles! Ah! Oh! Oh god! Oh god, the pickles! Ah! No! The pickles! No! Ah, god! Oh god, so many pickles! Oh god! I didn't think I got slapped by so many pickles. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate now, cause Princess called me a thirsty bitch. Okay. Veer laughs softly under his breath. He rests his glass on the counter with a sharp clink. I did warn you, didn't I? He moves closer and I tense, my heart leaping in anticipation. But he only runs a hand up my arm to dust off debris, no doubt picked up from the floor, with a touch far gentler than I expected. About finding trouble. Oh my goodness, my son. I think he reacted to something on the TV. Listen, this boy, my son Cooper, is so easily spooked, he barks at his own reflection. Sometimes he'll see his reflection in the fireplace and he'll be fine with it, and he wags his tail and he's like, yay, I'm gonna play with my reflection. And then other days he looks at his reflection and he's like, who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Innuendo. Well, listen, it's perfect timing for the innuendo because Veer is full of them, so... He murmurs under his breath while his fingers rub small circles into my shoulder. I whisper for fear of what my voice might do if I speak up. I can take care of myself. It comes out sharper than I intended. Veer lets me go with a sigh. So, did you come here for praise, or will a head pat suffice? Yes, pat me on the head and tell me I'm a good boy. Yeah! What about Thank you for the head pat piece. Just turned it off. I'm sorry, it doesn't stack well. I'm glad it did both of them, but yes. What about real explanations instead of vague ramblings about moths and fire? Veer scoffs. You could buy me a drink before insulting me. After the way you pounced on me? If anyone's owed a drink, it's me. Veer falls so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment I fear I've actually crossed a line. Then he props his chin on his wrist. I don't think you understand how things work around here. Information is a luxury, one you flung carelessly aside. If you valued my words, you'd have taken me seriously. Valued? I barely understood what you meant. I gave you free advice, warned you of the danger you were in, and still went prancing off to the sea spring. Small wonder the soulless didn't tear you to ribbons. My first impulse is to argue, but what he said doesn't sit well with me. How does he know what happened to me? How do you know where I went? I left Iridia? Or how do you know where I went when I left Iridia? Was that the full line? I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right, how could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their laps like an overeager dog? Oh, he didn't like that. Oh, he didn't like that. For a heartbeat, Veer's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. Only the ones I like. Veer trades his empty wine glass for the long abandoned tumbler sweating on the counter beside him. Soft lumps of ice bob in the watery dregs of whiskey. The truth is, I despise most people. His eyes flicker over my shoulder, and thin when Leander's boisterous laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. What about me? He looks me over with an astonishingly slow gaze. Finally, his lips quirk. You've piqued my curiosity. It's a start, or so I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers. I knew Veer wouldn't make this easy for me, not when he clearly enjoys playing games. Are you going to tell me anything, or are you having too much fun? He lets out a short breath. This isn't a game to me. A lie. I'm close enough to catch the subtle bristling of his tail. If anyone's fooling you, or fooling around, it's you. People like us can't help but attract danger, yet you seek it out, and for what? Cheap thrills? I wasn't trying to get eaten by Soulless. There's something I'm looking for. And you think Min can help you? Leander, are you willing to risk your life with those idiots? What life? You've got no idea what I've gone through, or forget it. Whatever, just forget it. Forget it. Fine, I'm done talking to you if you're not going to talk to me. Bye. Excuse me, one second. I start to rise, but something flicks against my ankle. Veer's tail. It's little more than a brush, but enough to give me pause. His eyes, softer than before, search mine. They couldn't even begin to understand you, but I could. How do I know I can trust you? You don't. But I'm slightly less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery or insults than those two. Is what you desire really worth risking your life for? If you knew the kind of life I've lived, you wouldn't be asking. Veer considers the excuse me. Been a long time since I've done this much reading. Sorry. Veer considers the condensation on his glass for a long moment before speaking again. Will you trust me? No, this one. Yes. I nod, and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Veer raises the tumbler to me, then knocks the dregs back. Once finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Let's talk. Outside. We could both use the fresh air. With that, he slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow his long, trailing tail through the crowd. It's so cold the breeze cuts clean through my bandages, numbing my fingertips, but if the chill bothers Veer, he doesn't show it. He lopes purposely down the street into an alley. This far from the wick, the bar's racket is little more than indistinct hum. I'm wondering if trusting him is a good idea, because he's leading me into a blind alley or something. The street is silent in the dead of night. I fleetingly wonder how many unfortunate lives have been ended in this dingy alleyway. Mine next! You had questions. Ask. Veer's breath mists. In the cold moonlight, his shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone street. Quickly, I've got a show to attend. Heavenly Ludist, as I'm sure I've mentioned. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly imperious. For a heartbeat, I'm reminded of how how to speak. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly imperious. For a heartbeat, I'm reminded of the stark want that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I've met earlier. If Veer doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First, I'll ask about Ice. I'd like to know more about Ice. You two seem close. He made an impression, Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy. Okay! Sorry. I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable. Veer's gonna be the death of me. God. Bit simple, but you know what they say about still waters. I don't, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Veer to ask. A coy smile plays at his lips as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ice isn't most people. He's better. Our eyes meet and Veer's tender expression curdles. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous, too. Stay far away from him, and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or sanity. Is that why you scolded me for going to the Sea Spring? I really don't think Ice is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him. Not like I do. The corner of his lip twitches. Okay, what about Min? I've got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? Oh, yes. We laugh and go shopping and have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little tongue. I'm beginning to wonder if Veer's ever had friends. Let me guess, you don't like them. Can't stand them. The first time we met, they stabbed me. Slid cold, hard steel between my ribs, nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. The knife, I mean. Some sort of antique. Min's done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So you're not close. Can you imagine me being friends with that crabby little killjoy? Impossible. Not unless they learn to lighten up. And I'm afraid not even a surgeon as practiced as Kuros can remove the stick firmly wedged up Min's pert ass. Fair point. Leander. What do you think about Leander? I don't. Okay. Good answer? An unusually curt answer for Veer. I don't buy it. So you're not very fond of him? I wouldn't spit on Leander if he were on fire. Wow, I didn't think they didn't get that along. Veer shudders. Oh, no, he'd enjoy that far too much. To call Leander trash would be an insult to manure. He's a pathetic, slimy little man-child in big, shiny shoes. I've seen mutts rutting in gutters with more dignity. Wow. Tell me what you really think about my boy. I don't even know how to respond to that. Before I can ask my next question, Veer gives a frustrated growl. I haven't got all night for idle gossip. Isn't there something more interesting we can talk about? Who, you? No, I'm more interested in learning about you. That catches me off guard. What about me? Nothing worth having comes easy or cheap in this world. You're clearly set on this thing you've spoken of, your very reason for being. Yet, have you considered what might happen should your struggle prove futile, if what you desire is beyond your grasp? Wait, we completely skipped over asking about Kiras. What the fuck just happened? I'll never stop looking. I'll find what I'm looking for no matter what it takes. I won't give up. I can't. Even if you lose everything. Haven't you noticed? I really haven't got much left to lose. To cling so tenaciously to a slim hope. How fascinating. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, you had 2 questions left. 2? But you haven't explained anything. Then I suggest you make your last questions count. Did we teach him how to sit, speak, and roll over? He took us out to an alleyway so we could talk in private. Apparently he has a very poor opinion of my boy Leander, but Leander is a fuckboy, so... not entirely surprising. So much for being helpful, but I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. Leander told me that the Cenobium imprisons people. Did he mean you? Leander is a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. Alleyways are always the best place for conversations. Yep. Especially if you're not sure if the person's gonna mug you or not. He loves to see himself as a savior, but the only difference between his cronies and the Cenobium stooges are the uniforms. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more, the bluntness with which he speaks, or the venom lacing his ordinarily silken voice. You're asking who when you should be asking why. Says the asshole counting my questions. The look he throws me is infuriatingly self-satisfied. Take the chance, they might just want to give you a present. Right? The question is, do I want the present? I don't know.
You're my children, and I love you, but you're all terrible.
Fine. Why were you imprisoned? For the same reason the Cenobium would snatch you away. I'm something special. Veer bows his head, gathering his hair in his hands and lifting it from his shoulders to bare his neck to me. See this collar? He cranes his neck, inviting me to lean closer. It looks unremarkable, doesn't it? Maybe to the untrained eye, but there's an enchantment, barely visible, like ink long faded with age. Intricate spellwork has been inscribed on the collar. If I touch it, I might be able to figure out what kind of magic it holds. Sure. I reach forward to touch the buckle. Veer's hand lashes out.
Naughty.
That timing. Long, slender fingers wrap around my wrist and flex, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easily he could snap my bones. Don't you know better than to touch without asking? You didn't ask me first. Can I please? Our eyes meet, his thin with amusement. No, you may look, but don't touch. He lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandages. I can't lose my composure again. By now, I'd fully expect Veer to walk away, but the fact that he's still here suggests he either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that's what'll happen if the Cenobium finds out I'm different? I'll be collared? It's a flea collar? I'm pretty sure he would not take kindly to being told he has fleas. He'd probably fuck you up. Doubtful. They keep me around because I'm the best at what I do. And what exactly are you the best at? Killing. He says it carelessly, without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I'm made to hunt the Cenobium's dizzying array of enemies. Monsters, soulless, noisy dissidents who grow overbold. I'm bound by their will until the day I die. That's awful. Veer murmurs in agreement. It is, isn't it? And that's all I have time for. I really must leave now. I'll be late. But we didn't talk about Karas yet. You're at the tail end of the game, but I haven't decided if we're playing something else after this. So hi, welcome on, eh? That's it? Why do you bring me here if you weren't going to explain anything? He has the nerve to laugh. Isn't that obvious? I wanted to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. And you're asking far too many questions for someone with so much to hide. He glances pointedly at my hands, and I shove them deep into my cloak. Can we pet him and tell him he's a good boy? I don't know. Maybe if you play his route at some point, you'll get to. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the tough act or the way you tense up at the slightest provocation. More likely, it's the bandages. Not exactly subtle, I'll be going, unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. There's a biting edge to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can start with what you are. I take a step backward, but... Oh. My back hits a wall as Veer follows me in lockstep. He rests his left hand on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Another Kabedon! My back hits a... well, in this city, information is key. So the morsel he wants is info. My back hits a wall as Veer follows me in lockstep. He rests his left hand on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Veer reaches for me. His fingers curl under my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Ooh, he's going for the full Kabedon experience. What's going on here? Would you believe me if I said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? My eyelids twitch. Cliché, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Veer leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and the warm, faintly spiced scent of his hair drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. His eyes pin me down. There's nothing you can hide from me. God, that stare. Yeah, kiss him! His voice is so low, so supple, I could slip into it. The misery born of your mistreatment haunts you. I understand what it's like to be used and thrown away. I'll give you your life new meaning. My heart hammers, my lungs burn as though each breath is being stolen away. How could he possibly know? He's a mind reader! Or an oracle of some kind. He could just have visions. Yeah, the Veer is pretty. He's also full of innuendos. This must be some kind of trick, but for once, Veer isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the waste, lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with that same ravenous hunger. Veer takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter, alone? No, but what if I did? But what if but what if I said yes? But what if I said yes? Part of me wants nothing more than to let him take me, to surrender completely to him. It would be so easy. I think if we didn't, he would actually devour us. But I'm not about to give up now. You're late. The ludist. Veer blinks. His voice comes out soft and bleary. Shame. Oh, he actually looks disappointed. He eases back, and for what feels like the first time since he cornered me, I breathe, but my relief is short-lived. Ooh. Nimble fingers trail down my jaw before tilting my chin up. His touch is feather-light and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. One last thing, T. Spoken so softly that the pounding of my heart nearly drowns out his words. Call me a dog again and I'll break you, understood? Oh my god, did he hear Relix? Relix, I think he heard you! His lips curve, but there's no humor in his voice. Yes. Good. As soon as Veer releases me, I sink against the alley wall to catch my breath. He looks down on me. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast. 2, actually. Well, yeah, you weren't exactly quiet about it. The first tasted dreadful, like a fisherman's antique ashtray, but that's beside the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget what I am, or what I do best. He smiles wide enough to flash his sharp white fangs, as much a warning as a smirk. The crash of shattering glass cuts through the air. I whip around to see a drunk stumble past the alley, leaving a trail of beer and broken glass in his wake. I glance back at Veer, who's gone. But he's gone, vanished into the dark. I knew it! I'm left in the deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mixture of exhaustion and excitement. Fuck. Only once my racing heartbeat slows down do I make my way toward the wick, guided by the distant sounds of reverie. The Chained Charlatan. Veer serves as a warning of the dangers posed by the cenobium. As cunning as he is curious, Veer finds you fascinating and insists that he can help. But trusting him means entrusting your life to a collared beast with a lethal reputation. Can Veer protect you, or are his honey words a trap waiting to snap shut? Thank you for playing! Onward to the next one! The last one! Leander! My man! Yet again, I find myself squeezing through a crowd to reach... One second. I find myself squeezing through a crowd to reach Leander. As the bartender leaves, Leander's expression falls with a spent sigh. He reaches over the counter to grab a bottle of black rum and skillfully pops it open for a swig. When he spots me, worry overtakes him. T, are you hurt? Leander's in front of me in a flash, eyes searching for injuries. I can't help but let out a small laugh. Don't worry, I've dealt with worse. That's a relief to hear, sort of. Yeah. My favorite part about him might be a little obvious. You know what they say, it's not a party without mayhem and violence. Yeah, for free! But also, he's got those tired eyes, like, I'm feasting right now, I'm sorry, I'm just feasting. Is that what they say? He offers me the rum, and I politely decline. I'd rather not get into more trouble if I can help it. I love... Looks like he worked the graveyard shift since forever. Yeah, but I mean, he's got like the lidded eyes. He's got those bedroom eyes. Love a man who looks like he hasn't slept in years. He's got those bedroom eyes, meaning, man, he needs a nap. Instead, I plop down on a bar stool, doing my best to ignore its stickiness from who knows what. He sits beside me, resting his arm on the counter's edge behind us. With how close our stools are, I feel encircled by his body. Bedroom eyes for a guy that doesn't even know what a bed is. Oh no, Relix, believe me. This man knows what a bed is. He knows what a bed is. He just don't sleep on it. He sits beside me, resting his arm on the counter's edge. I feel encircled by his body. Okay, yeah. 2 days and you've already met everyone worth knowing. Let's just say he's never cold. Yeah. How are you finding Iridia so far? What activities can you do in a bed? A blanket fort, obviously. Blanket fort, and then you do story time underneath the blanket fort. I don't mind it. Well, I'm still alive. Iridia's not the safest place, but I'm starting to think that nowhere's safe. I wouldn't know. I was born and raised here, and haven't felt the need to venture elsewhere. To me, this is home. Yeah, blanket forts! Book club in the blanket forts. Shadow puppets! Story time! Both play on your phone independently of each other with a 3 feet of space between you. The only sound is the one of the two of us who does not silence the app games we play. Or the one who's on TikTok. That sounds like a fantasy. My home haunts me in my nightmares. I don't know what it's like to be unafraid of the past. Regardless, a pang of envy strikes my heart. Maybe once I'm free of my curse, I'll be able to try again. Iridia has its quirks, but you'll get used to it. Or it'll eat you alive like a wild soulless. Truth be told, I wouldn't have it any other way. Leander sips his rum and watches the crowd. Everyone seems
invigorated. Love, darling.
God damn it!
So I gave you love.
If you guys haven't caught on, I laugh when I'm uncomfortable. God damn it. Get Ronan out of here. Leander sips his rum and watches the crowd. Everyone seems invigorated by the free drinks on his tab. He came for his free drink. Yeah, probably. Have you at least gotten to try some Iridian cuisine? I had these fried dough sticks from a vendor near Karas's clinic. As soon as I began describing my meal, Leander nods with recognition. The long lads from Wen's? You have to try them with the porridge. There's another stall a few blocks away that specializes in rosewater rice pudding. I can take you there sometime. That sounds delicious and expensive. Though I know Leander would insist on paying. I despise the thought of relying on handouts. Or I can take you there once I earn some money. I still owe you for the in-room. Well, he's the local. He's like the tour guide. So yeah, he's the foodie. He gets around. You don't owe me anything, T. Giving you a place to sleep isn't generosity. It's human decency. If there's anything I can do to help keep you safe, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Excuse me while I melt! Everything he says feels so alien to me. The concept of human decency had long felt obsolete in this world, let alone someone actually caring for my safety. He shows the sights, if you know what I mean. He is the sights! I stare at him, inspecting those clear emerald eyes for any hint of deception. Is there something on my face? Yeah, it's called handsome. Let me get that for you. And then you just get them. I sigh and lean back. If only. Oh, what were you looking for? Deception? Condensation? Disdain? Take your pick. I hear his full laugh again, like rich velvet to my ears. You're really something, though I can't blame you for being paranoid. Well, did you find anything? I'm still looking. I'm always game for a staring contest. He sets the rum back on the counter with a clink. The next thing I know, Leander carefully takes one of my hands in his. The leather is rough, but his warmth seeps through. I can't change whatever happened in your past. Believe me, I would try if I could. but you're here now, and I'll do my best to help you. Shh, shh, ad break, shh, we're fine. Shh. I can't dismiss it again, so if the ad comes up again, I can't do anything. I'm grateful you're even giving me a chance at all. My gaze drops to my hand wrapped up in his larger one. I remember how he felt yesterday. His smooth skin was electric to the touch. If you've seen what I've done, you might feel differently. He lifts my chin with the crook of his finger, forcing our eyes to lock once more. God, he's so cute. I'm just gonna melt. I'm just gonna melt. I forgot how much I love Leander. I'm just gonna melt. Give me a second. I just need to get my feelings together. You're not dangerous, T. Trust me on that. Hey, sir, I got you this hug, but I wanted to make sure it fits first. He's pretty good. Good pick. I don't know. They're all good characters, but my brain just decided this one is my Glorbo. My heart skips. I feel trapped in the softness of his expression and the lightness of his touch. His eyes are captivating, like cut jewels peeking through long lashes. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. I don't get to admire them for long. Leander notices some adders watching us. He loudly clears his throat and pulls away. Well, maybe a little dangerous, considering I forgot my manners when I'm with you. When do we ask him about his scar? Probably on his route. Yeah, he has a cute smile. He's so cute. I'm weak. You sure have a way of capturing my attention. Oh, God, he's so cute. I'm gonna slap his face and then I'll kiss him. That's how you know I really like a character. Oh, my face flushes. I also clear my throat and rack my brain for a response. We're tracing his scars earlier, but I was censored by the woke mob. Listen. I would tell him to take off his shirt because I want to trace along his scars. As an excuse to touch him for an extended period of time. I also clear my throat and rack my brain for a response. Hold on. Likewise. I feel the same way. It's why I wanted to talk to you again. Leander's face softens. I wanted to talk to you too. I've been wondering, is it okay you're spending time with me? Do you have work to do with the Adderstone or anything? I don't know how his group functions, but he sure likes to spend time at the Wet Wick. Don't worry, there's plenty of work to do, but not tonight. Some days are slower than others. You came at the right time. I smile, comforted by the idea of having good luck for once in my life. Sorry I crashed your little party. I had no idea you all knew each other. I had no idea you knew all of them. How do you manage to meet everyone so quickly? Honestly, I don't know. It's been a whirlwind. He's the leader of basically, like, I don't want to say a band of mercenaries. He just has like a little group of people that help the area. There are some things I know from the Kickstarter, but I don't remember them clear enough to divulge. But I think they said that he is like the son of a rich family and he like ran away. I think. I don't know all that much to go into it, but I vaguely remember that being mentioned, possibly. Yeah, kind of like a neighborhood watch, yeah. I'm a little jealous. Part of me wants to keep you all to myself. Whoa, really? I mean, for your own safety, of course. Oh, yes, I keep me so safe. But, like, keep me so safe, though, Leander. I'm sure you could keep me the safest I have ever safely been. Everyone might seem nice, but half of them are monsters, and the other half have their own faults. You sound like you know them really well. I do. Probably more than some of them realize. Are you curious about anyone? I'm happy to tell you what I know. Min. Min's interesting. Not very forthcoming, though. I get the feeling they could use a friend. You want to befriend them? Yeah. Couldn't hurt to try, right? Unfortunately, they prefer to be alone. What makes you say that? I've known them since they arrived in Iridia. We work well together, but they've turned down every attempt I've made at friendship. Sometimes even paying Min for work can be a struggle. Is Min part of the Adderstone? No, contract only. Though they take jobs more often than some of the Adderstone do. I don't take it personally. I suggest you don't waste your energy on someone who won't respect your time. Kiras. Kiras seems like a good person, although it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. What does your gut tell you? My gut about Kiras. He seems good, but it's like... Is the good hiding something? I think he's suspicious. No one can be that good without an agenda. Usually I'd agree, but Kiras has made me a believer. He works hard to serve Lowtown. He's patched me up too many times to count. Sometimes you'll come across people who completely change your outlook. It doesn't happen often. But in this case, I think you should trust him. You make it sound so easy. It's not easy. It's necessary. What's the point of living if we can't trust one another? Ice. So you're friends with Ice? You could say that. We've known each other for a long time. Trust is a choice. It really is. Define long time. 6 years, give or take? He tells me I'm the first decent human he met after coming from the Shroud. Could just be flattery, though. Flattery from Ice? I feel like we're talking about different people. Really? What do you think of him? He's honest. He was honest, but frustrating at times. I think the Sea Spring is scarier than he is. T, you visited the Sea Spring? A disappointed look eclipses Leander's easy smile. I grow worried. Is that a bad thing? I wouldn't underestimate Ice or the Sea Spring. There's something dark lurking within both of them. It's hard to disagree. I give him a slow nod. I'll be careful. Good. Just remember that Ice doesn't see humans as equals. Veer. What do you think about Veer? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. He's a living example of the Cenobium's cruelty. Most days, they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you met him. I feel bad for him. I didn't even know the Cenobium had prisoners. I feel bad for him. The Cenobium is an ode to false heroism and unethical practices, but Veer is by no means a model citizen. He's on that leash for the good of the people. You don't want to know the rumors I've heard. Apparently, he's done some reprehensible things. But if you hate the Cenobium, do you actually believe that? To love or hate the Cenobium is one thing, but take a look at Veer in combat and you'll know he's better off in a cage. By the way, have you kept our little secret? Our secret? He wiggles his fingers at me. Oh, he means my curse. No one knows, except you. Leander beams, his bright eyes crinkling at the corners. My heart flutters. I'm relieved to hear that. Let me know if you have some time to talk privately. I've already gathered some relevant information that you might be interested in. Really? That was fast. I live to serve. It's barely been a full day. I don't doubt that Leander is flooded with connections, but I wonder what he's been able to dig up so soon. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. We can talk about what I found first, then you can decide how to thank me. Or I can decide for you. If you're not busy, we could go upstairs. Yes? I mean, sure. To talk, right? To talk? It's hard for me to hide my eagerness, or maybe it's desperation, at any new knowledge about my curse. My response comes out swiftly. I'm not busy. Leander gets to his feet, accessories jingling with each movement. After you. We're going up to the room instead of I think in the last demo we went like to a spot behind the stairs to talk. Let's see. Let me find better music. Stop. This one. Okay. Only after we enter my room do I start to overthink the situation.
Go drink some water.
Are you saying I'm thirsty? Are you saying I'm thirsty? Because the answer is, when it comes to Leander, yes, I'm thirsty. I'll be the first to admit it. I'm Ace, but damn do I want that man. Okay. Oh, my wingies! Thank you for my wingies. Thank you. The room is little more than a dark box with a bed in the middle, which I forgot to make. Well, I didn't forget. I just never expected to have guests. Yet here I am, next to Leander. Alone. Oh my god. Oh. I can't look at you. I can't look at you. I can't fucking look at you. Why would I pick up the place for Leander? It's not like I was expecting him to come out to my room or anything. Oh god, Leander locks the door behind us. Excuse me. I need to breathe. I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable.
I'm in danger.
Okay. My face is hot. Give me a second. I'm just cooling off. Okay. Oh, God. Peace and quiet. Except for the ongoing buzz of the bar right beneath us and suspicious thuds from nearby rooms. Just look at his sculpt. I can't look at his face! If I look at his face too long, I'm gonna jump this man. God. Leander moves with familiarity through the space. With a flick of his fingers, the sconces light up on the wall. He makes spell work look so effortless. I swallow thickly, remembering that Leander is more than a mage. He's a prodigy. Dim amber light washes over us. He plops onto the edge of the disheveled, squeaky bed. I shift awkwardly. There are no chairs, so my only option would be to sit beside him. My heart hitches at the thought. Is something wrong? No! Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong at all. Why would you think that? Everything's fine. I shake my head, quickly waving my hands back and forth. No, nothing's wrong. Nothing at all. Leander squints his eyes at me. You seem uncomfortable. Do I? No, not at all. Why did the music stop? Why I need background noise, please. It's too quiet. Are we there? Is it time for the pillow fort? A long silence later, he clicks his tongue. Shit, I'm so inconsiderate. This is your private space now, isn't it? I shouldn't be barging in here like this. No, that's not, I'm sorry, T. You've been through so much the past couple days. We can talk about this tomorrow. You should rest. No, come back! Shit! Panic wells in my chest. After everything he's done for me, I can't shut him out. What if there is no tomorrow? When he moves to stand, I rush forward without thinking. I plant my hands firmly on his shoulders and reseat him on the bed. I'm surprised myself! I'm above him. Oh god. I told you if I look at him too long, I'm gonna jump him. I'm above him now, staring down into his wide green eyes, with barely a breath of air between us. Oh god. I didn't think this far ahead. I didn't think at all. Instead, I forced out the only words on my mind. Don't leave. Don't leave, please. This is not the scene, but come on. You're afraid. Yep, that's totally what's happening right now. My fingers tremble. I'm about to pull away when Leander catches both my wrists in his hands. He guides my hands back to his broad shoulders, my palms resting firmly against him. I won't leave you. Tears sting the back of my eyes. I want so badly to believe those words. Yeah, fear works too. I try to muster as much strength as possible so my voice isn't a croak. Do you promise? I promise. What if I'm paranoid about you being so nice to me? Then I'll keep being nice until you get used to it. He's actually being sweet, yeah. I won't leave you and you won't leave me. Is it bad that I really hope he has a bad ending route where he becomes very yandere? Like, is it bad I want him to lock me up? It is a dark romance fantasy game. It's a dark game. I don't know how dark it goes, but a dragon can hope. His thumb draws circles on the inside of my wrists, grounding me. You have something I've never seen before. Your curse is strong, yet you're stronger. The way you're able to contain it. It's fascinating, and well, it's a little embarrassing. His voice lowers to a whisper. But I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Checks notes. Survey says, it's not a concern that you want this man. But look at his face! But look at his face! Do you see this face, though? Look at this face! Now imagine it turning dark and possessive. I'm okay. Oh, God, I have a problem. Oh, my God. Ending up in a dungeon is rough for sure. I see it. See, that's my good ending, though. That's a good ending for me. Look at that face. He's plotting to lock me up. I just know it. And I'm gonna let him. Is it hot in here? Ooh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, yeah, this game with its disclaimer at the beginning definitely has a lot of dark themes, so. Then hot in here is Teach burning up like a sauna. Listen. Plot twist, you're so ready to be locked out and freaks out. You never see it. No! No, I don't want to scare Leander away. Quick, act normal. Oh no, Leander. Uh-oh, no, please don't lock me up. I am scared. What? How do normal people act? Quick, someone coach me. I stare at him blankly, my brain refusing to process his words. What did you say? What? Who said that? Nothing. I mean, no one. Just forget. He's like me. Gotta throw up. That's how people show fear. Fuck. Just forget I said anything. I mean, I didn't say anything. Am I dreaming? This feels like a dream. The air is dizzying hot, and I'm trying to keep up with what's happening, but Leander continues anyway. I'm sorry, is the MC me? Did someone see my video of playing this game in the demo and they updated it to kind of reflect my fucking obsession over Leander? What's going on? I may be getting carried away with this. It's not every day I find something that truly challenges me. But I'll do everything on your terms, at your own pace. Anything you want, T. Don't say that. Don't make that promise. Don't make that promise. Because I'm gonna test the limits of what you mean by anything I want, Leander. Don't. Help, please. I'm getting so warm, my glasses are fogging up. Oh my god, someone help me. Oh, what's going on? Don't make a promise you can't keep, Leander. Boy, you better watch what you say. I'm gonna make that a problem for you. Just watch. Just watch. There's a reason why I saved this for last. Put your glasses in the freezer, that way they don't fog up so much. I used to have a cleaning solution that I used for my glasses that kept them from fogging up, and I don't know where the fuck they went. Oh god, my face is so hot. My chest feels like it's about to burst. This man's going to be the death of me. Yeah, no, that's fucking fair. I'm gonna touch his face. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm totally normal about this. I'm totally normal about this. It's okay. Shh. I'm totally normal about this. I'm okay. Can't deny what I want, and it must be. Oh god! Should have read the text. Oh, but instead of having a modicum of restraint, I blurted out, "I want to touch your face." But I do want to touch his face.
Come to death. Oh, dish soap with white vinegar. Okay, cool. I think I have both those things. Sorry, what's that? I'm laughing so hard I'm crying now. Hold on. Is that okay? Can I touch your face? Oh my god. This game is so dangerous for me. He slides his hand from my wrist to my palms and gently brings them down between us. It's better than okay. My lips quirk into a relieved smile. Hurry up then. Your wish is my command. He begins unwinding the bandages, stopping occasionally to... Oh, he's unwinding my bandages! Oh boy! Okay, that... The level of trust with that intimate movement. I gotta say that's hot. That's hot. Stopping occasionally to glance at me, I don't take my eyes off him. When my hands are free, I start small, carefully grazing the edge of his jaw with the pads of my fingers. I feel it clench beneath my touch, as if Leander's trying his best to hold still. Emboldened, I cup his cheek, letting the warmth spread beneath my fingertips. He removes your bandages, we remove his jacket. Fair trade! Well, are you enjoying yourself? My thumb My thumb moves over the ridge of the scar on his cheek, and he shudders, his earring jingling against my knuckles. That tickles. Yes, I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying myself to a very normal extent. Maybe too much. I may be enjoying it too much. It's like my body moves on its own, spurred by desire and nothing else. I swipe my thumb down, brushing lightly over Leander's lower lip. I'm totally calm, totally normal. This is normal. This is normal. Something flashes in his eyes, something scaldingly hot. He lowers his voice to a husky whisper. What else do you want? Oh god! Why is he even asking? He knows the answer. I've never touched someone like this before, and even though it makes my head spin, it's not enough. I want more. I do! He needs to stop me or this is going very fast. Oh no! Oh, save me! This is so dangerous. Oh, my thoughts scatter. We're already here, alone in this dark room, on the edge of the bed. I could easily push him down onto the sheets, get on top of him, and... a sharp gasp escapes me, and I quickly pull away. I can't let this get out of hand. I can't believe you spent the relationship bar already, right? Are you alright? I can barely hear him over my thundering heartbeat. I nod, clumsily wrapping my hands with the bandages. Yeah, I'm fine, sorry. I think I'm just getting a little overwhelmed. He gives me a faint smile. That's cute. Shut up! Shut up! Luckily, we're already in your room. I'll get out of here and let you get some rest. No! I mean, it's probably for the best! I let out a breathless laugh at that. Leander rises and tugs his gloves back on. Thanks, Leander, for everything. I'm not struggling. He gives me one last sweet smile accompanied by a wink. Don't you fucking wink at me, you slut! No, just stop! Just stop! Leander walks outside. Did it suddenly get chilly? Just don't you fucking wink at me. Fuck off! He's a fuck boy. Good night, T. Good night! Oh fuck, wait, no, go back. I didn't mean that, sorry. Long after he departs, I feel the warmth of his skin on mine, burning through the bandages. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. A feeling nags at the back of my drowsy mind. I'm forgetting something really important. Wait, didn't Leander have some information for me? Fuck! That's my man. No, that's him. That's my man. That's the guy. I want to kiss his face, and I want to slap him, and I want to bite him. In a totally normal capacity. Totally normal. Totally normal. Good. I'm good. I'm okay. Leander, the heroic mage. Leander offers you something that should be impossible. A taste of normalcy free of your curse. As the first person to withstand your touch, he could change your life, but some things are simply too good to be true. Leander promises to help unravel your curse, but at what cost? Whatever cost he fucking wants! Thank you for the flanky! It's time for T to go take a nap. Okay, but can we talk about him? Can we talk about him? Can we talk? Can we talk? Can we talk about him? About he? About... Listen, Ronan, I'm sorry, but... Leander. Let's talk about Leander. I don't know what to expect of his route. But whether I get a good ending or a bad ending, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, and I am not gonna complain. Please. I love it. Oh, God. Okay, so I thought I was being cool about it for the most part until we got to the end of Leander's little thing here, and then I immediately spiraled out of control. But yes, so that's the updated demo. I have backed this game, so I will be getting it eventually sometime this year, supposedly, if the game stays on schedule. If it gets postponed, that's fine too, but supposedly it's coming out sometime this year at the current estimate, but whatever. Yeah, as soon as we went upstairs, all things went crazy. As soon as this game comes out, we will be playing it. I think for Touchstarved, what I'm gonna do for Touchstarved is I'm only gonna play one route and then kind of do others by ear if there is demand for it. But I think I'm only gonna do Leander's route because he's my boy. But I'm gonna play that, and then the rest of the routes are for you guys to experience. I mean, it's subject to change. We'll play it by ear, but that's my intention. But man, I love this dumbass. I love him. Fuck. Okay. But that's gonna be it for stream. That actually took 5 hours, so that was perfect for my stream. Let's see if I can raid you guys out to anybody, get you some points at the very least, and then tomorrow we'll be back with some more Lunar. In the meantime, what do we have? Who do we have? I think I saw notices of some of my friends going live somewhere. Oh, Pudding's playing Expedition 33. I'm so jealous. I want to play Expedition 33 so bad. We're gonna read out to Pudding, but I'm gonna have to dip immediately because I don't want spoilers for Expedition 33, but damn. But okay. As usual, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Whether I see you tomorrow or another stream, stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated, and be kind to yourselves. Bye-bye!